Mr. Turner, all I know is what I read in the newspapers, as Will Rogers used to say, and your net worth is supposed to be, what, somewhere between $80 and $100 million?
I'm not saying, but whatever it is, it's committed right now. We're going to lose a lot of money before this news network turns around. So whatever I have is being put at risk on this project, and if it's not successful, I'll be looking for a job.
You're throwing all the dice on this one.
Why not? Nothing ventured, nothing gained. Faint heart ne'er won fair lady. I'm willing and have been willing all along to risk everything that I have to provide that service, and we're going to provide it come heck or high water.
On June 2nd, 1953, one of the biggest events of the 20th century took place across the pond in London, England. I'm talking about the royal coronation of Queen Elizabeth II. Now, this wasn't just a historic moment for the British Empire. It was also a major milestone for a new rising force, television. For the first time, the world wouldn't just read about or hear the news of a new monarch. No, they'd be able to see her ascend the throne of an empire that, while in transition, the sun famously never set. And while Elizabeth was hesitant about having cameras at her coronation, TV was ready to turn it into a global spectacle. It was one of the last must-see world events before the satellite age. But if you were in the United States, you couldn't watch it live. You know, there's that small issue of 2,000 plus miles of water between London and New York City. And in 1953, there was no way to beam live TV signals across the Atlantic. Sputnik's shocking launch was still 4 years away, and communication satellites wouldn't start shrinking time and space for another decade. Without them, along with that, body of water in the way, live international TV just wasn't possible. And even beyond that, there were even more hurdles. Like, once you had the footage, you'd need to duplicate it, right? And duplicating film meant labs, chemicals, and time, all of which were in short supply. As for transmitting the entire 3-hour coronation across the Atlantic by cable, well, that was out of the question as well. Impossible, actually. One CBS executive even calculated it would have taken over 99 years. Years! It's insane! So how'd Americans get their royal fix? Because make no mistake about it, Americans wanted their royal fix, and they wanted it now, ASAP. How'd they get it? Well, the TV networks got creative. Necessity, after all, is the mother of all invention. That day, the BBC's cameras were the only ones allowed in Westminster Abbey. But once the coronation ended, copies of the 3-hour ceremony were handed off to international broadcasters like NBC, ABC, and CBS. Still, time was of the essence. Americans didn't want to see photos in tomorrow's newspaper, right? No, they wanted to see it in video, and they wanted it that night. So the network sprang into action and cooked up a plan to get Queen Elizabeth on American television screens as soon as possible. Here's how they did it. First, they rented airport hangars at English airports where they literally filmed the broadcast off a TV monitor using their own cameras. Then, they rushed their newly captured footage onto a jet, one that had been equipped with an editing bay and film processing lab so they could process and cut the footage in the air. From there, they flew into Boston instead of New York City, which shaved an hour off the clock, and rushed the footage into AT&T's system to distribute it across the country. And somehow, some way, Americans were watching Queen Elizabeth wear her crown by bedtime. Now, it's wild to think that less than 30 years later, with just the press of a button, Americans could watch any coronation live, as long as the broadcaster deemed it newsworthy. Decades later, New York Yankees owner George Steinbrenner recalled, quote, "I remember being at a baseball game with Ted. There was a group of us, and he was saying he wanted to broadcast the news all day long because he had to wait until 6 and 11 to get the news. I said to myself, what the hell is he talking about? but damn if he didn't do it, end quote. Like Steinbrenner, Ted loved being viewed as a maverick, saying, quote, who had the devious and cunning mind who figured out how to disrupt the world? Me, 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 end quote. And you know what? It wasn't his problem that his superstation combined with satellite distribution gave viewers more programming options than the networks. It wasn't his problem that he took a huge risk investing his own money, right? He built a better mousetrap. And so far, it was working. That's not his fault. That's not his problem. So when Ted looked into the future, he could see what was coming. He pictured a world filled with more and more cable channels, each chipping away at the network's dominance, one by one, each giving viewers more choices than ever before. And while he publicly gloated about his early wins over the networks and Hollywood studios, he was afraid because he knew the tides could turn at any moment. If Washington started listening to the powerful lobbyists representing the networks, sports leagues, or Hollywood, the FCC might step in, rewrite the rules, and just like that, Ted's right to beam Channel 17 across the country could vanish. Now, forgive me if this sounds a little too visionary, but it was. I covered this exact same scenario in the last episode where Ted went to Congress to take on all of those dominant incumbents. But this realization came before that, before Congress, before 1979. So Ted started to brainstorm. Where should he set his sights next? What kind of TV channel could he create that was fully his own, something immune to regulation, something no one could take away, a channel where he wouldn't constantly live in fear of losing his supply of programming or paying Hollywood outrageous sums to license programming just to keep his viewers tuning in. Now, at the end of the last episode, we talked about Ted's incredible performance on Capitol Hill in the summer of 1979 and how he helped defeat retransmission consent. But even before his testimony, he knew the superstation's strong growth wasn't future-proof. Ted saw all the warning signs. The networks, Hollywood, the affiliates, the sports leagues, they were all coming for him. And one way or another, eventually they'd find a way to raise his cost of doing business, whether it was through retransmission fees, copyright payments, licensing deals, you name it. So if Turner Broadcasting was going to survive and grow, Ted Turner needed a new strategy, something that could better position the company for its future. He also knew he needed to build on his biggest advantage, satellite distribution. And that window was closing fast, with competitors already catching up. You see, ever since his America's Cup victory in '77, Ted expected more pressure on the superstation. And while it came slower than expected, by 1978, he'd already reserved a second satellite transponder from RCA, even though he didn't know what he was going to use it for yet. But he was getting closer to figuring it out. So, one night in 1978, just before Ted Turner's Atlanta Hawks tipped off, Ted gathered a group of his top executives for dinner at the Omni, with the goal being to toss around ideas for a new kind of channel they could build. Ted wanted to hear from his inner circle, bounce around ideas, get input, see where they thought the future of cable was headed. It's the kind of move you see from all the greatest leaders in history. Gather your most trusted generals, get their advice, then make the call and move forward, right? We follow or get out of the way. That's Ted's motto. So what kind of channels were they kicking around? Well, since Ted owned the Braves and Hawks, some thought he might launch an all-sports network. But most of their games were already airing on the superstation. He basically already had an all-sports network, right? Plus, pulling all of those games off TBS would kill his golden goose, which was one of the main reasons people tuned into the superstation, right? At this point, the superstation's profits were really starting to climb, thanks in large part to the steady stream of low-cost programming the Braves and Hawks provided. with all of their NBA and Major League Baseball games filling TBS's schedule. You know, sports are a good way to fill the calendar. Plus, sports rights fees were beginning their ascent, and that trend wasn't slowing down anytime soon. Maybe ever. In fact, the more successful a sports network became, the more expensive sports rights would get. And for someone like Ted, who was still funding everything himself, that wasn't very appealing. In fact, it was scary. He'd rather be on the other side of the deal and own the teams, right? There's a lot of upside there, too. Just look at the $10 million he spent to buy the Braves and how much teams are worth now. And let's not forget, a scrappy small cable startup out of Connecticut was already working on its own all-you-can-eat sports channel. So yeah, sports were a no-go. Next, Ted floated the idea of pulling WTCG's Atlanta broadcast signal entirely and going cable only, which would have made them the first major cable-exclusive network. But dropping that broadcast signal also meant losing their biggest local advertisers, which meant this idea was also dead on arrival. And honestly, I've thought about this one quite a bit. I'm still not sure what the upside was for pulling the local aspect of the network. If you know what it is, please let me know. Next, someone suggested an all-music channel. Good idea, right? Well, Ted dismissed it with a laugh, saying, quote, "Who would ever watch music?" End quote. Of course, 3 years later, MTV would arrive and change everything. Then someone suggested an HBO-style movie channel, but that got shot down quickly too. You see, Hollywood was already charging steep prices for its films, and creating a new movie channel wouldn't fix Ted's ongoing programming headaches with the studios. Plus, similar to live sports, it was going to cannibalize the Superstation's winning formula. And let's not forget, HBO already dominated the pay TV space. So yeah, this was another no-go. So with sports, music, and movies off the table, what was really left? Ted's team kept tossing around ideas until just as dinner was winding down, he revealed the real reason he called everyone together that night, when he looked at his group and said, "What about an all-news network?" Now, to say his loyal team of executives, the same folks who've been with him through thick and thin, were shocked would be an understatement. Remember, this is the same Ted Turner who spent years saying things like, quote, "I hate the news. News is evil. It makes people feel bad. I don't want anything to do with the news," end quote. The same guy who loved telling anyone who'd listen, no news is good news. The same guy who buried his FCC-mandated news show at 3 in the morning and then bragged about how it won its time slot every night, which it did because it was the only thing on TV at 3 a.m. Remember, Ted's UHF station was the first station in the country to be on the air 24/7. Ted Turner pitching a 24-hour cable news network? Come on. He'd never taken news seriously. Until now. And Ted's initial pitch to his team was a little bit different than you would expect. It wasn't about the programming or content or even the news. No, it was about control. Quote, "If we do the news on cable only and don't have a broadcast signal, the FCC can't tell us what we can and can't show, right?" End quote. Everyone nods. They're all nodding along. Quote, "Then we can show the most gory murder, like when a man kills his wife or girlfriend and chops her up in little bitty pieces and puts her in the freezer, right?" End quote. Everyone nods again. I'm sure you can imagine all of his executives and friends are like, "Yep, Ted, that is correct. You're right." But as some of his team starts to drift over to watch the Hawks game, Ted kept talking about his news idea. You see, his mind was already racing towards his news future. Now, management guru Peter Drucker once said, quote, "Successful entrepreneurs find innovative ways to seize unoccupied niches or carve out new niches of their own. Combine this ability with a contrarian nature, and you have a powerful force for change. True entrepreneurs learn as much from their failures as their successes, but when they finally prevail, it is the conventional wisdom which is most often proven wrong." End quote. This describes Ted Turner to a T, right? How many times has he done the thing that everyone else said, don't do that, Ted, don't bet it all. You shouldn't do this. You're going to ruin your legacy. You're going to go broke. You don't need to own a baseball team. You don't need to own a radio station. You don't need to own 5 radio stations. You don't need to own a UHF station. You don't need to own 2 UHF stations. You don't need to get on the satellite. The thing was, if someone from the news world were to pitch an all-news cable channel in 1977 or 78, most everyone would roll their eyes and think they were a blowhard pitching a losing proposition, right? What kind of idea was this? Well, in 1978, all news radio was the fastest growing commercial radio format in the country. What better model for a new TV network to build on, right? Why not all news TV? You know, there's too many but peoples. You know, we say, I have a great idea, but no. I have a great idea and people win, not but people. The truth is, nobody in Ted's suite that night really knew what an all-news channel would look like, nor did they know how it would even work. Would it be like the network's 6:30 national news over and over for 24 hours? Would anyone even want to watch more than 30 minutes of news a day? Was there even enough news to fill 24 hours a day, every day, until the end of time? All of these were totally fair questions. Remember, back then, just like now, the networks aired their national news once a day at the same time every night. Local affiliates aired their news a few times a day, often at 6 p.m. and then at 11 p.m. Still, it's no surprise that others had considered a 24-hour news network, but all of them passed. It was just too big of a long shot. The money pit of all money pits. A logistical nightmare. Can you imagine? This is 23 and a half hours more news than had ever been done by the networks. And someone wants to do this? It's crazy town, right? Still, after dinner that night, Ted couldn't let the idea go. And Ted being Ted, he kept telling everyone, TBS managers, Braves baseball players, sailing buddies, everyone. He'd figured it out. Cable news was his future. But first, he had work to do to figure out if they could actually pull this off. And even if they could, should they? Now, Ted hadn't officially greenlit his new network just yet, but he was ready to start talking, see if anyone else out there was as interested as he was in bringing his vision into reality, testing the waters, so to speak. Because he would need people who relished competition, people who knew how to stretch the dollar, but didn't come with decades of institutional baggage from their time at the networks. People who understood how the news system worked, but weren't owned by it. He'd also need a mix of experts as well as some naivety. Young people and old people. People with energy, passion, and grit. People who loved the news, but perhaps more importantly, love to win. Because what Ted Turner really needed was an army. This episode is the age-old startup versus incumbents story, where an undercapitalized, naive, but hungry David decides to take on Goliath. And in Ted Turner's case, he decided to do it all in just 11 months. I'm Webb Barr, and this is Media Moguls, the Ted Turner Saga. Ted Turner builds a 24/7 news revolution.
When the legend becomes fact, print the legend.
What we're doing right here on this spot is the greatest advance in television since television was invented.
They're risk takers, rule breakers, and empire builders. These are the stories of the visionaries who transform media forever.
Whatever I have is being put at risk on this project, and if it's not successful, I'll be looking for a job.
Going to Bernard Shaw.
Tear down this wall.
From Highbar, this is Media Moguls.
We won't be signing off until the world ends. We'll be on, we will cover it live. I said, somebody's got to do it, and I figured if nobody else would do it, there was an opportunity there. I really believed in it. I've been thinking about it for 5 or 6 years, And I said, I knew it was going to work. To my competitors, still didn't think it was going to work. They thought, but I could feel, I was close to it. I could feel the walls were shaking and they were going to fall down. That I had to build up enough pressure on it, like an earthquake, to where it was gonna work. And I was ready to take another chance. And this was because I did not have enough money to do it. I didn't know what it was going to cost. I mean, I said, we're going to start in 11 months when I made the decision. We're going to start on June 1st. And, we got to have it all hooked up with microwaves so we can get the stories out to the satellite, so we can bring it into Atlanta. And so we got to get it out. I mean, it was, and we did it in 11 months. The whole thing, it was about, looking back at it, it's just impossible that we did it, but we did.
Now, for a guy who claimed to hate the news, an all-news network actually had a lot of appeal for Ted Turner. For one, he could finally own the product. No more licensing shows from competitors. No more bidding wars over sports rights. Battles where the networks with their bottomless pockets always had the advantage. No copyright headaches. No drawn-out negotiations with Hollywood studios, who weren't fans of Ted's Superstation at all. But by 1978, Ted knew the timing was right. Remember, timing matters, y'all. We don't talk about this as much as we should these days, but you don't get bonus points for being too early, right? And if you're too late, well, we'll talk about that later. Still, at the time, it's 1978, more than half of the country got their news from TV. And Ted felt strongly that the networks had betrayed Americans with their "if it bleeds, it leads" news strategy, all while lining their pockets and justifying it all by claiming it was for the, quote, public good. By the way, you're going to hear that phrase quite a bit, so just keep that in mind. You see, Ted believed many of America's biggest problems in the mid to late 1970s, and there were a lot, came from people being so poorly informed. He saw cable TV as the perfect platform to present more opinions, different viewpoints, and more balanced news. With his own news channel, he truly believed he could help save the world. So as complicated and difficult as building an all-news network sounded, and it definitely was, compared to his other options, it was a better option for Ted. Plus, it came with the added bonus of potentially saving the world. Now, launching a news network wasn't some random idea Ted tossed out over dinner. No, he'd been working through this in his head for years, because that's what the best entrepreneurs and operators do. They're always kicking ideas around, whether they're big, small, crazy, or practical. Doesn't matter. Some ideas are great, some aren't. Some make it, some don't. And some, it's just not the right time. Yet. But who knows, maybe one day it will be. Me? I've got dozens of ideas for new TV shows and podcasts. I'd love to make them now. So if you want to make a TV show or another podcast, call me. And maybe 4 or 5 of these ideas that I have are truly great and, importantly, financially viable. But timing is key and sequencing matters. In fact, it's so under-discussed just how much sequencing and timing matter, sometimes even more than the idea itself. I know that's crazy, but it's true. So, when Ted pitched his managers an all-news network that night at the Omni in 1978, it wasn't some random idea or another example of Ted shooting from his hip. No, he'd been playing with this idea in his head for years. Ted later admitted he came up with the idea before the Superstation was even up on the satellite, and that was December 1976, when he said, quote, "I came up with the concept for a news channel even before my Superstation was up on the satellite, because business is like a chess game, and you have to look several moves ahead. Most people don't. They only think one move at a time. But any good chess player knows when you're playing against a one-move opponent, you'll beat them every time." It was clear that after the Superstation, the next important service to the cable industry would be a 24-hour news channel. End quote. You see, when it comes to launching something truly new and groundbreaking, timing is everything, especially in startups where a few months might mean the difference between being MySpace or Facebook. Some ideas come at exactly the right time, while others are just too early. like Webvan in 2000. And even though satellite became a reality for Ted in late 1976, it still wasn't the right moment for him or anybody to launch an all-news network. The idea was there, but the infrastructure wasn't yet. You see, there just weren't enough Earth stations, and receiving dishes were still super expensive in 1976. But as time went on, they got cheaper and cheaper. Remember, when HBO launched on the satellite in the fall of 1975, only 2 stations could even pick up their signal. CNN would be way more complicated and needed a far bigger user base to even stand a chance since it wasn't pay TV. On top of that, cable operators still hadn't fully embraced new satellite programming just yet, at least not in 1975, 76, 77. So, if an all-news network had launched in 76 or 77, and even in 1978, there is no doubt in my mind that it would have failed. The industry just wasn't ready. It needed more time to grow. More households needed to have cable, and there needed to be better technology at a lower cost. They needed more subscribers, lower tech costs. The timing just wasn't right yet. Now, remember in our episode on the satellite when I briefly talked about Reese Schonfeld, the guy who traveled from New York to Atlanta to learn more about how satellites could be used to get around the networks, and how he got picked up at the airport by Scientific Atlanta's Sid Topol, and together they stopped at Ted Turner's office? Well, Reese was a character. You see, he had dedicated his entire life to news, and as such, he held a deep contempt for the networks. He wanted to expand news beyond the 30 minutes of national broadcasting that the networks offered each night and break their monopoly on how Americans got their TV news. So, if you were looking for someone to take on the network, someone with a chip on their shoulder, remember chips put chips in pockets, and an idea for how to actually pull off a 24/7 news network while still delivering a quality product, you would need someone like Reese Schonfeld. Now, Reese's memoir about his time at CNN is interesting. The title says it all to me. Me and Ted Against the World, the unauthorized story of the founding of CNN. Let me tell you something. Someone who's happy about the status quo in news doesn't write a book with that title, right? Exactly. For years, Reese tried over and over to take on the network's news operations, but building a system to compete with the networks on their playing field, which was broadcast TV, was nearly impossible. I would actually say it was actually impossible. To launch a news startup with a real chance of beating the networks, you'd need a lot of things, like better technology, lower costs, improved distribution, and most importantly, a way around the network's biggest advantage, their distribution deal with AT&T. As I explained in the satellite episode, that AT&T deal made competing with the networks in a pre-satellite world inconceivable. Inconceivable!
Inconceivable!
Nearly impossible. Why would you even try? Without a workaround, the barriers to entry were just too high. But if you had a satellite, you could skip AT&T's insanely expensive landline fees and go direct via cable. So, in June 1974, Reese went down to Atlanta to meet Sid Topol and learn more about how satellites might be able to deliver news better. That same trip, he also met Ted Turner for the first time. But Reese had another goal. His goal was to convince Ted to get behind his half-baked news idea. The problem? Ted just wasn't interested in news. And who could blame him? It was too dark, too bleak. Remember, this is June 1974. There's still a couple years before the superstation would be on the satellite. In Reese's memoir, he explained how the network news operations worked, saying, quote, "The 3 networks ran a closed shop. They made their news seem like magic. Nobody could see the tricks of the trade. Correspondents reported from front lines all over the world. Somehow, by some secret process, their words and pictures arrived in your home. Television news was romantic and mystical. CNN was going to show the nuts and bolts." End quote. You see, not only did the networks basically report the same news, but the anchors all looked alike and sounded alike. They delivered the news in the same tone, with the same cadence and vibe. And the way they spoke? Well, it was meant to come off as if their version of the news was the voice of God. Behind the anchors, each network had massive teams covering the news, all for that one 30-minute show each night. Most of these teams came from the same elite East Coast schools, and the stories they covered were usually the same ones that ran on the front pages of the New York Times and Washington Post. Reese Schonfeld noted, quote, "They were all first rate, but they saw things through the same set of eyes. It was as if you were running the same raw materials through the same strainer and expecting different results. No matter how many times you ran it through, the product was always pretty much the same." End quote. It was that sameness that Reese really wanted to change. And it wasn't just their coverage or their anchors. Each network aired their news at the exact same time, with a tone that told viewers, according to Reese, that, quote, "You will watch the news when we tell you to watch the news, or you will not watch the news at all," end quote. In a nutshell, Reese wanted to take on what he called the golden age of network arrogance. You see, the networks didn't play fair. They didn't share footage or material with others, and they had unfair advantages, all which frustrated Reese. But these are the types of frustrations that push people to want to take on incumbents. Taking on an incumbent with that kind of power, where you have 95% of the audience in America split between 3 networks, is a bold move. In fact, that's like an understatement. Now, just to put things in perspective, I think it's worth quickly breaking down just how much the networks dominated the news landscape in the 60s and 70s. And it wasn't just about money or resources. Even against competitors like the TV equivalent of the Associated Press, the networks always managed to get their stories on the air faster. Not because the reporting was better or their production was smarter. No, it all came down to one thing: those same AT&T distribution advantages I talked about earlier. Now, here's how it worked. Each network paid about $25 million a year to AT&T for access to its high-speed network. That network sent programming and footage across a massive wave of coaxial lines and 200-foot microwave towers placed strategically across the country. Now, technically, AT&T's system was available to others, but the costs of using it were so high that it was basically only available to the big 3 networks. Imagine saying, I want to create a network, but I don't have local affiliates, and I'm going to have to pay $25 million a year to AT&T without any programming. Like, the startup cost would be 200, 300, 500 million, just thinking about it. And that's without the local affiliates, because you have to have local affiliates. When Fox was created in the mid-80s, they had to convince affiliates to switch over. It's crazy. And just like cable, which relied on coaxial lines and microwave towers to move from town to town, AT&T's system had limitations. If you wanted to reach remote or mountainous areas, you were out of luck. Remember, that's why cable had to be invented in the first place. But what really frustrated Reese about the network's news divisions wasn't that they had better stories or coverage or reporting or, bigger teams, bigger pocketbooks. No. It was that they could afford to pay the incredible fees to transmit and distribute their stories across the country. So before the rise of commercial satellites, the mere idea of competing with ABC, CBS, and NBC felt impossible. Reese always believed that the network's dominance on broadcast journalism wasn't fair. But the world isn't fair, right? To him, news wasn't their core business. It was a byproduct of their dominance in entertainment. And really, a byproduct of their control of the public airwaves. And that control let them earn hundreds of millions of dollars each year, simply by controlling the airwaves, which were granted to them by the United States government. You see, Reese was passionate about news. He strongly believed it deserved a more prominent place. To which I say, sure, but how? I can think of plenty of industries that could use more competition. But just saying something should be better isn't enough. You've got to build a better mousetrap, There's a lot of things that should be better, but we don't build them because it's not worth it. You need to solve customers' problems. Now, back then, the networks were fiercely protective of their news stories. I'm talking about national news. They only wanted national stories to be seen on their news. And they expected local affiliates to play ball, to keep their local news strictly that, local. When ITNA, which is kind of like an Associated Press for video, which is where Reese worked before CNN, started providing national stories to local affiliates, and those local affiliates aired them before the networks did, the networks were furious. But the local news directors, they loved it. They were finally beating the networks, even though the networks are like, it's like they're beating dad or mom. The same ones who spent years telling them what they could and couldn't do, and they beat them to the punch. Reese explained the situation, quote, "Imagine you're publishing a newspaper, and you're not permitted to carry a national story, no matter how important it is to your local audience. It's mind-boggling, and it's frustrating when your own network will not allow you to do your best." In those days, the networks acted in contempt of audience. It didn't matter that they had a big story completed at 5 p.m. It didn't matter that there was local news at 6 p.m. The networks deliberately withheld material to preserve the ratings of their national news programs, thereby frustrating the audience and local news producers. End quote. Now, Charlie Munger was known to say, "Show me the incentive, and I'll show you the outcome." And that couldn't be truer here. The networks had no incentive to innovate or rethink how news worked. And why would they? The ad dollars were rolling in, and they already had a monopoly on American attention. Think about it. When the networks doubled down on news in 1963, that kind of antitrust hint by the government saying, like, you're doubling it, people need more news, and expanded their news from 15 minutes to 30 minutes in 1963, that was enough. No one asked for more news back then, and the networks weren't about to air extra news hours if they didn't have to. Entertainment was what paid the bills, even though they were starting to make real money in the news. Sure, producing that half hour eventually cost the networks hundreds of millions of dollars each year, but the upside was huge. Still, their bloated news cost structure left the door wide open for someone scrappy to swoop in, cut costs, and do news differently. Their way. I'm not talking about doing news in a private equity, slash costs, and no employees, and the news will just magically happen. No, it had to be a completely different business. As Jeff Bezos said, your margin is my opportunity, and that's exactly the case here. The network's margins were massive, but their delivery systems were expensive and outdated, and their corporate structure was bloated. Anyone trying to compete needed a much better, cheaper distribution method, and that's where cable, and more importantly, the satellite came in. Let's be honest, it's not like Americans in the 1970s were clamoring for more news. To most people, the idea of 24/7 news was as foreign as some of the places the networks reported from. Still, we need to take a moment to appreciate just how powerful TV news was. When TV first entered American homes, it changed everything. Suddenly, for the first time, people could see history unfold from their living rooms, often in real time, but if not, with less of a time gap than ever before. No more relying on newspapers or radio. Clearly, those did not go away, but now you could watch things unfold. You could watch the news. And with only 3 networks airing the news at the same time, you couldn't miss it. Everyone tuned in. Everyone saw the same stories. Television forced Americans to witness history as it happened. No matter how painful or difficult, there was no hiding, no plausible deniability. You couldn't say, "I didn't know." And unlike today's endless online choices, there were just 3 networks, all serving the news at once, with massive captive audiences glued to their televisions. Inside the networks, news was treated as a public good. But let's not sugarcoat things. We don't do that on this show. These companies weren't in the news business. No, they were in the entertainment business. Sure, news brought prestige, but the money came from sitcoms, dramas, and sports. News started out as a side hustle that happened to turn into a gold mine. Eventually, the numbers got too big to ignore. By 1980, CBS Evening News alone is pulling in over $100 million in operating profit. It's a 30-minute show. There's 22 minutes of news, so that's 8 minutes of ads. $100 million in operating profit, that's unbelievable. But did they expand their news coverage? Of course not. Why would they? They already had a captive audience and no competition other than their network competitors on Fifth Avenue. So they stuck to the same 30-minute formula, polished, curated broadcast that gave you the day's headlines. Nothing more, nothing less. You also had some profiles and 8 minutes of ads. And because all three networks did everything the same way, same anchors, same stories, same everything, the news basically got watered down, as Reese explained earlier. No one was pushing boundaries. No one was innovating. No one was thinking about innovating. They were just keeping that cash machine running. Reese Schonfeld summed it all up perfectly. Quote, "You'll watch the news when we tell you to watch the news, or you won't watch the news at all." End quote. Meanwhile, the news cycle never stopped. Wire services like AP were updating headlines around the clock. And even newspapers put out multiple editions a day, which sounds like a total vestige of the past, but it happened. But TV was stuck in that 6:30 p.m. window, as if the world's events only happened on their schedule. And why would they change? Think about that. With just three networks, Americans were locked in. It was easy money, but it left a huge opening for someone bold enough to change the system. Reese Schonfeld knew this. He had spent years trying to break the network's grip on news, especially their distribution monopoly. He dreamed of building a real alternative, something that could bypass the networks and reach Americans directly. Plus, Reese had a rather large chip on his shoulder. He once said, quote, "I look down on all the networks. It may have been the envy of the boy with his nose pressed against the glass, but I thought the networks were lazy, inefficient, and sometimes corrupt." He added, "Beating the networks was a big deal for a kid from Newark, New Jersey. Newark was a city of second stringers, guys who couldn't make it in New York. We were born underdogs," end quote. Now, tell me that's not exactly the kind of person you'd want right next to you if you were about to take on the establishment, right? I think so. In his memoir, Reese broke down how network news was made in 1980, the year CNN launched. It's worth talking about that process because understanding how they worked, operated on a day-to-day basis, along with their strengths and weaknesses, makes it really clear why they were so vulnerable to disruption. A lot of it is people. It's all people. There's no APIs. Come on. Here's how Reese described it, quote, "In 1980, all three networks did news pretty much the same way. They'd have a morning meeting for executives, producers, and anchors. They'd sit around and discuss the AP Daybook and the front pages of the New York Times and Washington Post. Since they had way too many stories to fit into the 30 minutes, every correspondent, every producer was fighting for air. Everybody said his story had to be on the air that night. Most of the stories came from the AP Wires or the morning's New York Times. The executive producer and the Washington bureau chief would fight for control of the half hour. Even then, Washington thought it was the center of the universe, and nothing important happened west of the Potomac, unless, of course, the president was traveling. New York, on the other hand, paid attention to other worldwide capitals and would occasionally tolerate stories from other provinces. The executive producer would then tell the bureaus what stories he wanted for his show. The anchor would nod his approval, but if he said no, the story died." End quote. Pretty standard, right? When you're cramming the entire day's news into a 30-minute show, that kind of jockeying makes sense, right? But if it's 24/7 news, well, you can't really afford to fight over what news gets covered, or the news would just pass you by. While Ted had thought about starting a news network as early as 1976, if not earlier, he wasn't ready to let the cat out of the bag just yet. It wasn't the right time for a news network on cable, and he didn't want anyone beating him to the punch. Why let others get a head start on your idea, right? At a 1976 cable convention, Reese Schonfeld pitched Ted on doing more news. Not a full network yet, but something more professional than his 3 a.m. news show on WTCG, which we talked about in episode 2. At the time, Reese was working for ITNA, a group of independent TV stations that shared news content. But Ted wasn't part of it and had no interest in joining. Remember, he'd always said he had enough entertainment to last forever, and he didn't even watch the news. He hated the news. Reese later recalled pitching Ted at that convention while Ted sat with a blonde on each arm, drink in hand, yelling, "I hate the news," and going off about how it was all just murders and rapes. But Reese didn't give up. He kept coming back and kept pitching Ted. convinced that Ted just needed the right nudge. A year later, in 1977, Reese spotted Ted at another TV convention and decided to give his pitch another shot. But before he could even get into his pitch, Ted cut him off. Quote, "News? I can't do news. Who wants news anyway?" End quote. With his trademark swagger and intensity, Ted started drawing a crowd as he launched into one of his signature tirades. Quote, "Don't it make you sick after watching all that news? Listen, you know what my motto is? No news is good news." End quote. To Ted, TV news was nothing but doom and gloom. All negativity, no upside. He continued, quote, "I hate the news. I'll never do news. I don't believe in news. I've got entertainment programs stacked up in my basement that I could run until 2000, end quote. And honestly, he wasn't wrong. Ted's Superstation was filled with old TV shows like I Love Lucy and The Flintstones, along with Atlanta Braves baseball and later the Hawks and plenty of professional wrestling, and none of it was serious. And that was the point. That was Ted's formula, and it was built on escapist fun, not serious programming like the news. Now, we know that by 1977, Ted was in fact starting to think about launching an all-news service, but he wasn't ready to talk about it, especially not with someone from the news industry like Reese Schonfeld. But Reese was still convinced that his persistence was making an impact on Ted. Now, Reese and Ted actually had a lot in common, especially with their entrepreneurial drive and their ability to keep going despite the naysayers. Although only Ted had truly put his own money on the line, a major difference in entrepreneurs that we don't talk enough about today, most people raise, regardless, just as important, they shared a common enemy: the networks. Both strongly believed the big three had unfairly dominated the American mind for far too long, and they weren't the only ones looking to challenge that dominance. In Masters of Enterprise, legendary historian H.W. Brands writes about just how much of a stretch it was for Ted Turner to start his own all-news network. Quote, "If Turner was an unlikely baseball owner, he was an even more improbable impresario of all-news television." End quote. Think about that. Now, I've already discussed how crazy it was when Ted bought the Braves in episode 3. But for one of the preeminent historians of our time saying, "Oh, you thought that was crazy," well, Ted's decision to build a 24/7 news network was magnitudes crazier. And just because Ted thought he had a great idea didn't mean his friends in the cable industry agreed he was the right guy to pull it off. Remember, for this hypothetical news channel to work, Ted's news channel had to get on as many cable systems as possible. He couldn't just press a button and spin it up, press publish, and voila, cable news network, right? That's not possible. That's not how this works. So without wide support from the cable operators, Ted's big news idea would be just that, an idea. Now, this begs the question, who else was thinking about doing cable news in the late 70s? First, let's start with Jerry Levin, the visionary who took HBO from a small regional pay TV station, threw it on the satellite, and turned it into a national movie channel powerhouse in 1976. Levin's a longtime cable player and media mogul who will one day be one of the main characters in Ted's story, just not right now. That'll be the late 80s and then throughout the 90s. He didn't need to be sold on the power of satellites. He'd already bet his career on the satellite and won. Now, he wanted to parlay Time Inc.'s brand and journalistic muscle with HBO's satellite experience to create a cable news channel of his own. But his concept wasn't 24/7. It was 8 hours of live news a day, which would then be repeated on a loop every 24 hours. And then they do the 8 hours of live news the next day. And honestly, his idea wasn't a bad way to test a 24/7 cable news concept, right? Do 8 hours a day, see if people like it. Is the demand there? Great. Let's double down. That makes a lot of sense. Now, my thought is if he had ever actually gone through with this, it'd be very hard to double down or even triple down and go 24/7, because then you have to convince the same stakeholders about that. Ted doesn't have any of those constraints. He just makes the decisions. Now, what's interesting is that Levin went to one person to discuss news. he went to Reese Schonfeld and hired him as a consultant, asking him to develop a plan with those parameters in mind. You see, at the time, Reese was the guy everyone went to when it came to discussing a cable news channel. Both Levin and Reese thought they had a winner, a smart, scalable idea that Time Inc. would love. Levin even commissioned Reese to produce a pilot for the all-news channel, but just after the pilot was finished, Time Inc. pulled the plug on the project. To them, HBO was a bold idea, but this was a bridge too far. Remember, at this time, Time Inc. was the dominant magazine company in the world. They were raking it in from Time Magazine, Sports Illustrated, and their newly launched People magazine. Meanwhile, HBO was still something of an internal startup that had a lot of jealousy inside the company. And while it would eventually help launch Jerry Levin into their boardroom, Time Inc. was still very much a risk-free old boys club. But for now, what matters is that in mid-1978, the board shelved Levin and Reese's cable news project. Officially, they said it might hurt HBO's growth. Now, that is, in my opinion, just corporate speak for it's too expensive, or why in the world would we do that, and we need an excuse. But to me, saying a cable news channel would hurt HBO is like saying Sports Illustrated would hurt Time Magazine, and they're under the same umbrella, and it just doesn't hold up. Okay, so Time Inc. was out of the cable news business. Who else was interested in cable news in the late 70s? Well, in 1978, both Scripps Howard and the Washington Post started looking into cable news, but both were really slow to proceed. And yes, both reached out to Reese. At this point, Reese had become a cable news Svengali. Everyone came to him with their ideas, but nothing came from them until Ted. All these guys just moved so slow, and it was bureaucratic. In the case of the Washington Post, Joel Chaseman, who ran their highly lucrative local TV stations, wanted to repeat his success from launching WINS New York, which was the country's first all-news radio station, but at this time, for cable. But the legend herself, Katharine Graham, was hesitant and ultimately couldn't pull the trigger. And look, I mean, this is one of the boldest ideas in media at that time, if not the boldest, and it was also going to be extremely expensive. Whatever Ted spent, my guess is that everyone else would have spent probably 4 to 5 times more money, if not a lot more. It's 1977, 78. There's no playbook for this kind of thing. And if there were, most people would merely want to just test the waters, do it halfway, right? We all know that you can't get half pregnant. You need to get all in or you're all out. That's why being a founder is so important in this case. No founder's going to just tiptoe around the tulips. No, you got to go all in. And in this case, Ted Turner made the decision for her. He and Reese prepared graphics, mock schedules, and marketing materials to hand out at an upcoming cable convention. Reese, who hadn't even signed on with Ted yet, later wrote, quote, "I designed a schedule, pretty much like the one on which we went to air with. We listed the bios and connections of the few people we'd hired. We designed pretty color illustrations of studios that existed only in our minds. And as I recall it, we did a map showing all of our prospective bureaus, our landlines, our satellite links, and put a package into a handsome cover. We printed it on slick paper, took it to the cable show, and shoved it under the doors of the attendees. We shoved 2 or 3 copies under the door of Mrs. Graham's representative, Lynn Giarapito, and when he returned to Washington, he passed our package around. Mrs. Graham and the board were unduly impressed. They decided to go ahead with a sports magazine instead and forget the cable project. Ted had faked them out." End quote. In essence, the Washington Post decided cable news was too risky. Let Ted Turner fail first. The Post's own vice president of planning summed up their skepticism with a jab. Quote, "The cable industry doubts that Ted Turner knows his ass from a hole in the ground about news," end quote. And from their point of view, it made sense. It wasn't just a huge financial investment, but one that came with major reputational risk. For a brand, or better yet, an institution like the Washington Post, which was coming off of Watergate and the Pentagon Papers, which defined the 70s in terms of journalism, a failed news channel would do serious damage, right? Buying existing TV stations was one thing, super lucrative and not that risky, But building a 24/7 cable news channel from scratch, well, that's another beast entirely. And while the networks toyed with the idea of doing their own all-news channel for years, none of them acted on it. Their mentality was, why bother? Let someone else fail first. If it works, we'll just copy them. And that's logical, I guess. But as you've probably figured out by now, even in simpler times, media has never been that logical. Now, when I think about the curious cases of the Washington Post, Time Inc., Scripps Howard, and the networks all looking into 24/7 news, I'm reminded of James Clear's theory called the downside of smartness. Clear explained, quote, "The problem with smart people is they can come up with a good reason for not doing anything. They are smart enough to find the cracks, to foresee the challenges, and to talk themselves out of the idea. They're experts at justifying their lack of courage or a lack of action with an intelligent excuse. But there will always be reasons to not do something. And this is particularly true of anything worth doing. We value those moments in which we overcame challenge, not those in which we avoided it. Ultimately, action is a choice. The choice to emphasize the reasons for doing it, despite the reasons you have for avoiding it." End quote. I think he just says it all right there. Now, I feel pretty confident saying this. None of those previously named institutions could have actually built a viable cable news channel from scratch. Whether it was a lack of vision, the costs, the ability to stomach early losses, or just too much bureaucracy, or having one singular leader, it would have been incredibly difficult for any of them to pull this off. And doing it without a founder in charge, nearly impossible. Remember, you can't build these kinds of things in committees. We have 20 years of digital experience with legacy publications as proof, New York Times accepted. Now, of those institutions, the Post probably had the best chance at it, since Katharine Graham thought and operated like a founder. But even she would have had to justify the huge costs and massive initial losses to her board that was making money hand over fist from print and their local TV stations. Look at Mark Zuckerberg today. If he weren't running Meta as both the founder and CEO, there's no way the board lets a career executive launch something like Llama, let alone open source it. That's the power of being a founder. You get the opportunity to take big swings. And sure, all of these companies had the money to try 24/7 news, but for each of them, it almost certainly would have become a money pit. They didn't know how to do these things cheaply. Come on. Fortunately for us, I'm not just guessing about how they'd fare, because in our next episode, we'll see exactly how CNN's competitors tried in the early 1980s. Now, in our previous episode, we discussed how the superstation's explosive growth by mid-1978 was starting to cause real friction with the networks, Hollywood, local affiliates, sports leagues, and more. It was beginning to feel like Ted Turner against the world. So instead of waiting to see if Congress would pass retransmission consent in 1979, a move that would have at best raised his cost of goods significantly, and at worst, sink TBS, Ted decided to go on offense when he started to seriously explore the idea of a cable news channel. Enough playing defense against the networks, Hollywood, and the syndicates, it was time to flip the script. Now, we know that building an all-news network was Reese Schonfeld's holy grail. And last time Reese pitched Ted, he got what sounded like a final rejection. Quote, "I can't do news. I got too much other product right now. And who wants news anyway? News is nothing. Nobody watches news." End quote. But by September 1978, Ted was ready to make his move. It came without warning in the form of a phone call to Reese Schonfeld, and this time, to Reese's surprise, Ted was the one pitching an idea, saying, quote, "Reese, I want to do a 24-hour news network. Can it be done? And will you do it with me?" End quote. Reese didn't hesitate, saying, quote, "Of course. I've been waiting for this call for 20 years, end quote. As their call continued, Ted told Reese he'd been asking around the news industry, quote, "Who's the best guerrilla fighter out there? A man who understood how to work with a scrappy budget and help him launch his new idea," end quote. Ted explained there were plenty of big-time network executives used to flying reporters around on charter jets and blowing through massive budgets, all to fill just 30 minutes of news a day. He didn't want any of those guys. They wouldn't cut it. Everyone he talked to told him the same thing. Call Reese Schonfeld. Then Ted laid out his thinking, quote, round-the-clock news, in-depth news, sports, business, weather, and entertainment. It can't miss, end quote. Now, this being the media business, of course there was a chance it could miss, but Ted, he didn't really think in terms of downsides. At this point in his career, he felt like he was just getting started. He wasn't even 40 yet. Reese knew he was being offered the opportunity of a lifetime, the chance to build an entirely new form of TV news from the ground up while being a part of history. Now, being part of history doesn't necessarily guarantee success. There are pluses and minuses to that. It could absolutely fail, yes, but people who want to make history don't think like that. People ask me all the time, Webb, isn't it risky what you do? You know, quitting good jobs to follow your passion of building a company in audio and eventually video. And I tell them, sure, it's risky, but I'm obsessed. I'm confident. And also, it gets to a point where you're like, what's the alternative? If the alternative for me is sitting in a cubicle pushing papers, waiting for someone to give me my shot, I'll pass on that future. No, thank you. If it's the work I'm doing now, I'll take the unknowns and try my damnedest to make the impossible possible. I've had things go up, I've had things go down, but you make it work. And when it doesn't work, you double down. Now, there's some projects or startups where you get the call. And when you get the call, you don't hesitate. You just say yes, and you figure out the details later. If the rocket ship is coming, you get on board. So, as Ted and Reese kept talking, Reese asked Ted questions like why Ted had spent so many years trashing the news business. That was a very fair question. Ted told him it wasn't about the content, it was about the costs. Now, I don't necessarily buy that, but it didn't matter to Reese. Ted could have said anything, and Reese would have rationalized it. He was being offered his dream. His dream. Not only his dream job, but his dream. And even if he thought Ted didn't know his ass from his elbow when it came to the news business, the opportunity to build a news network from scratch, his way, was impossible to turn down. I bet he would have done it for $25,000. I don't know about free, but yeah. So, Reese flew to Atlanta, and being the capital J journalist that he was, he paid his own way, saying, quote, I would not be beholden to Ted. He met me at the airport in his little Toyota. It was one of his affectations. No limos, no big cars for Ted. He saved money on everything. He even flew coach, end quote. Remember, Ted was famously cheap, so frugal that he cut his own hair and didn't even have air conditioning in his Atlanta home, which, if you ask me, is certifiable. I mean, have you ever been to Atlanta in the summer? Well, doing that without air conditioning is like willfully camping out at the gates of Hades. It's insane. So Reese gets to Atlanta and they head straight to Ted's office, which is the same office Reese had visited 4 years before. And they got down to business. Ted told Reese he had the money to finance the network and that this would be the first network he owned that didn't bear his name. Quote, it'll be the only thing I ever owned that doesn't have Turner on it, end quote. Then he said he planned to call it Cable News Network. Ted wanted everyone in the cable industry to feel like CNN belonged to them. Quote, it'll be their thing, end quote. He added, how could the nation's cable systems refuse to carry a channel with the word cable in its title, end quote. That's a good point, Ted. Now, we know Ted has spent years building strong relationships in the cable industry. He is cable before cable is cool. And in cable, both then and now, if you're a lone wolf, you've got no chance. They back their own. It's all for one and one for all. Still, regardless of what CNN was called, its fate would completely hinge on one thing: whether the cable industry chose to support it by carrying it on their systems. Now, their meeting came down to more than just news strategy. It came down to their personalities. Like Ted, Reese was a strong-willed guy, which will matter because it's hard to have two visions and one reality in a startup, especially when one guy controls all of the money, and that money is his. Reese said, quote, Ted is frank. He still doesn't want to do news, but he says it's the only form of programming left open to him. He would rather do sports, but ESPN has preempted that. He would rather do movies, but HBO has preempted that. He would rather do entertainment programming, sitcoms, dramas, and quiz shows, but the networks own all of that. He will settle for news because that's where the opportunity lies. To quote George Washington Plunkett, Ted, quote, seen his opportunities and he took them, end quote. When it came to CNN's programming, Ted and Reese had very different ideas of how CNN should work. But remember, no one had ever tried anything like this before on TV, so these types of disagreements make a lot of sense. Reese described their meeting saying, quote, I was the news professional, Ted was the amateur. First, he told me his plan for CNN, which was very different from mine. His plan was static, a 2-hour rotating block containing 4 half-hour segments, updated as necessary. The first half hour was to be news, then sports, then finance, then women's features, then back to news. I told him, that's not for me. I let him know what I wanted to do and what I thought CNN could become. He continued, I told Ted I think CNN's a terrific idea, but he's going about it in the wrong way. I can include any 4 elements, news, sports, finance, and women's, in a program schedule that actually works. 24 hours that will flow, that aren't chopped into little news blocks like, you give me 22 minutes and I'll give you the world radio. He heard the plan. Nobody ever said Ted was dumb. He bought it, and we were off to the races. Reese concluded, quote, I didn't have a vision, I had a plan designed with a lot of holes in it, holes through which CNN would grow and shape itself in any way it chose. I believe that institutions, works of art, are in themselves a life form. They will tell the maker in which direction they will grow. If the maker pays attention, if he does not force a pattern on his creation, it may become better than whatever he conceived. CNN would form itself as it found itself. Live news had never been the raison d'entrée for a network. Who knew how it would work? 24-hour, live, call-in, satellites, studios, digital graphics, all of these concepts were developed and then refined by CNN. Only a maniac would say that he could determine how they would evolve. The creator had to watch and listen as these little revolutions brushed one against another and became a system. What I saw was opportunity, and opportunity coupled with experience leads to success. That said, I did have specific ideas about what CNN should be. For one thing, television newsmen all around the world, not just in America, knew more about their cities than the AP did. They also knew it sooner. If CNN tapped into them, if we took advantage of their knowledge and speed, we could create a world news that differed from the conventional layouts of AP or Reuters or the New York Times or the London Times. Live was our meteor. If we knew where to put the camera, if we guessed right, then the whole world would watch us. If we guessed right, wire services, newspapers, and television networks would be reporting about what we had shown well after we had shown it. We would help to set the news agenda for the world, end quote. So, I told you Reese was ready to build a news network. In just a few minutes, Ted and Reese had agreed on programming and the name for their news network, CNN. Next on their agenda, the budget. Ted asked Reese what he thought a minimum should be. Per usual, this was his dream. Reese was prepared, saying, quote, $20 million to get the network up and running and $2 million a month after that, end quote. Now, when you compare that $20 million to what each of the networks were spending, which was more than $100 million a year just to cover 30 minutes of news a day, then, well, starting CNN for $20 million was either a bargain or totally insane, or both. And keep in mind, while venture capital existed, it was very focused on technology at this time, so it's not a factor here. And so Ted was paying for CNN with his own money. Damn the torpedoes, burn the boats. He was all in. Historian H.W. Brands put it this way in his book, Masters of Enterprise, quote, Turner realized that satellite technology altered the equation critically. For a modest amount, a broadcaster could now reach a national audience, one large enough to generate the advertising revenues necessary to support a credible news-gathering organization. Of course, the ad dollars wouldn't start flowing in until the news delivered the audience. Turner, guessing, calculated that it would cost him between $15 to $20 million in startup and maybe $2 million a month in operating expenses, a total of as much as $100 million before ad revenues and cable subscriptions balanced outlays, end quote. In other words, they'd have to spend a lot of money before seeing any of it back. And yeah, if it sounds like their meeting was moving fast, you're right, it was. So with CNN's programming, name, and budget covered, it was time to discuss staffing a network that had never existed before. Now, Reese wasn't worried about staffing. There were plenty of people in local news who wanted a shot at the big leagues and would work on the cheap to get there. Remember, then and now, network jobs were hard to come by. Then Ted asked Reese, "Do you believe in stars?" Now, he wasn't talking about astrology. No, he was talking about capital T talent, the kinds of names that could give a new network instant credibility. So Ted asked, "Who can we hire that would make a splash?" Reese optimistically said, "Dan Rather," to which Ted quickly responded, "Who's Dan Rather?" Now, I'm not trying to be a jerk or lofty or any of that stuff, but for a guy about to invest tens of millions of dollars into a 24/7 news network, not knowing who Dan Rather was pretty wild. Reese, thinking Dan Rather actually might be gettable, pointed out that CBS had just canceled his interview show. It was called Who's Who, and cut his pay in half, down to $250,000 a year. And remember, Rather was waiting for his shot at the CBS Evening News anchor chair once Walter Cronkite stepped down. Ted asked Reese, "How much do you think Rather would cost?" Reese told him, $1 million a year, which makes a lot of sense. Double his peak salary, or in this case, because it's a startup and there's a lot more risk, quadruple it, and you get $1 million. And then maybe you have a shot at Dan Rather. A somewhat shocked Ted then said, quote, $1 million a year just to have a guy read the news? End quote. But Reese shot back because he understood how the talent game worked, saying, quote, $1 million a year to get a guy away from CBS network, end quote. That's how it worked. Remember, back then, network prestige really mattered a lot. And while it does today, it's a little different when you're one of the few talents waiting for your shot at the big chair, right? It's kind of like Conan waiting for Leno to step down, or Letterman waiting for Carson to step down, right? You never know. Well, if you want to get him away from that opportunity, that means a huge offer, right? Ted's response was classic Ted. He basically shrugs his shoulders and said, quote, "Well, I just offered Pete Rose $1 million to play baseball, and he only works half the year," end quote. In the end, CNN made a run at Dan Rather, but as we know, he chose to stay at CBS, where he eventually took over for Walter Cronkite and anchored the CBS Evening News for decades. Okay, next up on Ted and Reese's agenda was location. And on location, Ted was 100% firm. CNN was going to be headquartered in Atlanta, Georgia, no matter what. Now, traditionally, national news networks come out of New York and Washington, D.C., but Ted's thinking was both personal and financial with a dash of PR. Surely part of Ted's thinking was along the lines of, who decided media had to come from New York City? Like, why do media people think New York City's the center of the universe? Who died and made them boss, right? It's probably what he was thinking. Great companies can be built anywhere, right? He's already got the satellite in the sky. Why can't they put it in Atlanta, right? I mean, look no further than Atlanta's own Coca-Cola. And Ted wanted CNN to be the same, a great company based in Atlanta, Georgia. Reese told him that running CNN from Atlanta would require a lot of satellite dishes. But Ted didn't blink. He just asked, how many satellite dishes? Reese, 7. Is that all? You see, Ted was already picturing in his head a row of satellite dishes outside of CNN's headquarters in a way that would grab the media's attention. They would later use this as like the opening video for CNN. It's pretty cool. Reese later said, quote, "No one, least of all me, would ever undervalue Ted's ability to sense PR possibilities," end quote. Now, just imagine a network using a row of 7 satellites for promotion. It's hard to picture, right? But Ted thought differently. He wanted CNN to feel like it was everywhere. In addition, Atlanta made a lot of financial sense. CNN would operate as a non-union shop, and since Georgia was a right-to-work state, they could stretch their dollars much further and move much faster than if they'd launched out of New York. More on this part in a bit. But these things matter. Ted asked, quote, "What do we need in the way of equipment?" End quote. Reese replied, 8 1-inch tape machines and 12-inch machines, but there's waiting time. So Ted immediately gets his secretary on the phone. Get Gene right up here. Gene writes Ted's chief engineer. Quote, "Gene, Reese says we need 8 1-inch tape machines and 12 1-inch machines. Order them now. They're backed up." End quote. And as Gene turns to leave, Ted stops him. Quote, "We can cancel them, can't we, Gene?" Gene says, "Yes, Ted, we can cancel them." I love that tape story because it's just like, we'll do anything to get the deal done. Now, at this point of the meeting, Reese laid down his non-negotiables to Ted. First, there would be no film in his newsroom. He wanted videotape, which in 1978 was cutting edge. Why? Well, videotape would make news gathering faster and more efficient. Reese explained that videotape allowed stories to, quote, "move more quickly to edit and air. With film, you needed a cameraman, a sound man, and a lighting man. With tape, all you needed was a cameraman and a tech who did the lighting. And you didn't need the same skill level to operate a tape camera. So you could hire people at much lower pay. You saved more in salaries in 1 year than you spent on the camera." End quote. Now, this is a technology story, using cheaper technology to operate faster. I think it's both awesome and kind of funny that one of his non-negotiables was videotape, not something like Final Cut or Ted Stays Out of the Newsroom. But think about it. Even then, just like now, technology had the power to shrink costs and expand capabilities. So what was Reese's second non-negotiable ask? Well, he asked for a computerized newsroom. He'd been at a tech conference and he saw one demoed at a trade show, which allowed newsrooms to assemble scripts on a computer instead of using clunky teletype machines. But even in 1978, these systems were very primitive, technologically speaking. After Reese made this request, Ted nodded, and in less than 15 minutes, every single one of Reese's requests was approved. Now, in order for CNN to work, Ted needed the cable industry a lot more than they needed him. I've said this before, but the hardest part of creating a cable network in 1978, 79 wasn't the programming, which granted was extremely difficult to produce. No, it was getting carried by enough cable systems to support a big enough audience to justify the cost. This meant convincing cable power players like Bill Daniels and TCI's John Malone to carry your channel. Basically, you needed to get their stamp of approval. Those were the godfathers of cable, and if they didn't say you were good, you weren't. So, during Ted and Reese's meeting, Ted turned to his secretary and said, quote, "Get me Jerry Levin and Russ Karp," end quote. Now, you know Jerry Levin from putting HBO on the satellite at Time Inc., and Russ Karp ran Teleprompter, which was one of the biggest cable providers in the country at the time. Ted told Reese, quote, "I'm going to offer each of them 1/3 of CNN, but CNN will be based in Atlanta, we'll control it, and you'll run it," end quote. Now, when I was reading about this, I'm like, gosh, I love how fast this meeting is going. It's two guys, bam, 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 and Ted's acting off the cuff, but it's all sharp and strategic too. So Ted calls both Levin and Karp and offers them equal shares in CNN if they agree to split the costs. Each listens, and of course, they both say no. They thought $20 million wasn't nearly enough. In fact, they figured it would take at least 2 or 3 times more to even begin launching a 24/7 news network, and neither was interested in that much risk, which honestly makes a lot of sense. Remember, there's no venture capital for this kind of thing, nor was there private equity. It is Ted's own money. It's crazy. Later, both Levin and Karp's quick no's would cost their companies hundreds of millions of dollars. And just to drive this point home, 5 years later, Time Inc. passed again on another chance to buy half of CNN, this time for $350 million. Nick Nicholas, the Time exec who turned down the deal, later called it, quote, "the single biggest mistake of my career," end quote. Anyways, towards the end of their meeting, Reese asked Ted if CNN was officially a go. Ted said he was heading to the Western Cable TV Convention in December 1978 to run his idea by the industry, and he'd get back to Reese after that. But here's the truth. Ted could dream really big. He could spend all of his money on CNN. But without the cable industry on board, CNN wasn't possible. So, in December 1978, while the Washington Post, Time Inc., and Scripps Howard were still exploring cable news, Ted and Terry McGurk flew out to that convention to pitch CNN to the cable industry and hopefully lock in their place as the first cable news network. Now, remember when I mentioned Ted faking out the Washington Post by printing CNN materials for a news network before it even existed? They made it look real and it kind of scared Katharine Graham away. This is that same convention. And at the convention, Ted made one of his trademark impassioned pitches. I don't think he has another mode, actually, calling his news network not just a public service, but a major draw for cable subscribers. But here's the thing. No one had ever seen a 24/7 news channel before. It felt abstract, vague, and really hard for people to picture, let alone believe why viewers would actually want more news. And put yourself in the shoes of a cable operator back then. You'd probably ask the same question. Why do people want more news? I mean, it's a totally fair question. Why would they want more news? In fact, it's the same question Ted had been asking for years. So it's no surprise many of them doubted the idea. They also doubted whether Ted could ever be taken seriously enough as a news guy to pull it off. Now, remember, by December 1978, Ted was already a hero in the cable world. His superstation TBS was in over 2 million homes and making cable operators a ton of money, and he wasn't even charging them carriage fees. 6 months later, he'd become an even bigger hero after going toe-to-toe with the establishment on Capitol Hill in the spring of 1979, which I covered in the last episode. But even at this point, the superstation success gave him real credibility to dream bigger, to do bigger. So, Ted made the cable operators a virtually risk-free offer. He'd spend $20 million of his own money to get CNN on the air. In return, they'd pay him 20 cents per subscriber per month, or 15 cents if they also carried the superstation. Ever the salesman, Ted emphasized that CNN would be a major asset to their channel lineup, and you can imagine his confidence. To him, it was a win-win, a great deal for cable operators, and hey, they'd be making history together, right? Ted was so confident that he and Terry McGurk even brought contracts with him to the convention so they could close deals on the spot. But as they worked the room, handing out agreements for operators to sign, a realization hit Ted, Terry, and the TBS executive team. Not a single cable operator had signed. Nobody was interested. Their first pitch was a strike, a complete failure. Lisa Napoli described the moment in her book Up All Night. Quote, "It wasn't just that they didn't believe in this far-fetched notion. It was difficult to imagine an audience for round-the-clock news, since news frequently ranked among viewers' least favorite programming. Of equal concern was the purveyor of the idea. The only news Captain Outrageous had produced was literally a joke. How could anyone be sure that the man who collapsed drunk after winning a major sporting event, who had the temerity to believe he could, without a shred of baseball experience, manage his own baseball team, who made rude and crude remarks and deigned to talk about running for president, how could he launch a news network?" End quote. Now, despite this major setback at the convention, Ted had a massive ace up his sleeve: foresight. Thanks to his earlier deal with RCA, he'd already locked in the last available transponder on their upcoming SATCOM 3 satellite, and now he was at a crossroads. Ted could walk away, give up the transponder, cut his losses, which were at this point minimal. Or he could double down, move forward knowing he'd be spending at least $20 million up front to build CNN, plus another $2 million a month after that, all without knowing if cable operators would even agree to carry his network. Those were the stakes, my friends, and they were massive. And oh yeah, the clock was ticking. Making quick decisions that don't jeopardize the company's future is a big part of any manager's job. But sometimes there's decisions that could change everything. Jeff Bezos calls these decisions one-way doors. because once you walk through the door, there's no turning back. No half measures. You're Cortez and you're burning the boats. Ted's decision of whether or not to move forward with his 24/7 news network was one of those decisions. By early 1979, as he headed to Congress, Ted was staring down the deep pockets and political power of the networks, Hollywood, and the sports leagues. With retransmission consent looming, there was no guarantee TBS could keep the gravy train going if the government sided with the incumbents. Not only that, as recently as December 1978, Ted's own cable partners, the ones who'd been with him since day one, told him flat out, "We're not signing up for CNN right now." But necessity's a funny thing, right? Sometimes you have to roll the dice and just hope you don't roll a 7. In this case, a 7 would be spending $20 million to build CNN, only for it to launch onto no cable systems. That would be an unmitigated disaster. In April 1979, with no backing yet secured, Ted picked up the phone and called Reese Schonfeld. This was right around the time of Ted's high-stakes testimony on Capitol Hill, which we covered in the last episode. So yeah, there was a lot on his mind. And I know I keep saying this, but seriously, these stakes had never been higher. At the end of the last episode, I mentioned how Ted called Reese shortly after hearing the Braves general manager Bill Lucas, who was Major League Baseball's first black GM, had died unexpectedly at the age of 43. The news hit Ted hard. Reflecting on Lucas's tragic passing, he said, quote, "Seeing such a young, vibrant guy taken away made me stop and think about what a short time we all have on this planet," end quote. Now, Ted had always wanted to make a big impact on the world, but now it felt urgent, like he needed to go even bigger. So, when Ted called Reese in April of 1979, he was ready. He said, quote, "None of us are going to live forever. Let's do this fucking thing," end quote. That fucking thing was CNN. Now, Reese was already sold on everything. Remember, they'd already worked out all the details, budgets, personnel, equipment, and Ted had agreed to Reese's non-negotiables. But now it was real. He was more than ready to build a news network that would change the world forever. So, Reese flew down to Atlanta just hours after Lucas's funeral, where Ted had eulogized him as having been called up by God to the, quote, "big baseball league in the sky," end quote. And straight from the plane, Ted and Reese went to the Stadium Club to talk CNN. What Reese really wanted to know before going all in was what kind of commitment was Ted actually prepared to make. Ted responded, quote, "Anybody who thinks I'm not serious just doesn't know me. Am I a miracle worker or what? I bought the Hawks 3 years ago. I had, just 2 days to make up my mind. They were moving out of town. I saved them," end quote. In his memoir, Reese admitted he already knew he was going to take the job. I mean, it was his dream. Not dream job, dream. But he still had one big question for Ted. Who was going to run this cable news network? Ted looked at him and said, quote, "You. It'll be all yours," end quote. You see, Reese raised his concerns about the integrity of the news product, but Ted promised he'd have a free hand, even if they didn't always see eye to eye on how to build an audience. From there, they talked briefly about programming, the same types of ideas around format that they kicked around the previous September on the phone.
I first visited with him after our phone conversation. He said that there were only 4 things that television did. They did movies, did sports, did conventional syndicated half-hour programming, and did news. That he wanted to carry that from broadcasting into cable.
Now, Ted really liked this idea of dividing the day into structured blocks of news, sports, business, and soft news features, kind of like what headline news would later become. But Reese had a different vision. He saw CNN as more of a flowing river of news, less structured, but much more flexible, something that might feel more like organized chaos than neatly packaged, if you get what I'm saying. He was adamant, saying, quote, "We've got to have more breaking news and a format that will let us go live whenever we can. We want to get to the news first, put it on the air while it's happening. We'll be the only ones in the world who can do that," end quote. Ted listened to Reese, nodded, and said, "Just keep me in the picture." which honestly is all you can ask for. You've got the founder-owner of a cable news network who's putting up all of his money, and he's giving you creative control. That is the dream, right? But not to get too ominous, it always ends the same way. Still, it was all the reassurance Reese needed and would get. Ted promised him a free hand in shaping CNN's organization and programming. And while Reese wasn't born yesterday, he told Ted he needed full control over the format and hiring of personnel. And then he added something pretty bold. He told Ted that he needed to make enough money, quote, so that when you fire me, I'll never have to work again because we're not going to get along, end quote. Yikes. It's pretty bold, right? Intense, too. But honestly, I get it. A lot of media companies love to talk about how they've democratized decision-making and how they are collaborative, creative cultures. But throughout history, specifically in media, the most successful companies had one clear creative decision-maker. In startups, it's even more essential. Otherwise, everything becomes a debate. And those debates kill time, they kill the idea, they water things down, or they create chaos where everyone thinks they can make their own decisions. Ted's response to Reese's blunt request was classic Ted. Out of nowhere, he asked, "What's your astrological sign?" Reese said, "Scorpio." Ted, a Scorpio himself, said, quote, "We're not going to have any trouble," end quote. How amazing is that? From there, they got to work. They agreed that CNN would launch in just over a year. Then Ted pulled out a piece of blue paper, and on this simple contract, offered Reese a 2-year contract as president and CEO of CNN, with a base salary of $100,000. It was the most Reese had ever earned. Ted also threw in generous amounts of TBS stock options to sweeten the deal. And as he passed the contract over, he said to Reese, "Hey, Reese, let's do this thing." Reese signed on, and Ted finally had his man, the one who would help turn his cable news dream into a reality. Waving the contract in the air, Ted shouted for everyone to hear, "Y'all, come meet Reese Schonfeld here. He's going to be the president of CNN, and I'm going to be the most powerful man." But then he paused, stopped, thinking better of it, and said, "This is going to make us the 2 most powerful men in the world," end quote. Now, did Reese catch this? Of course he did. But that was classic Ted. It was part of the game you played when you worked with Ted Turner. He liked people who pushed back. You know, the types who didn't take shit from nobody and fought back. That is, as long as he got the spotlight. Remember, Ted was a folk hero in Atlanta, not Reese or anybody else at CNN. But none of that mattered now. What mattered was that Reese Schonfeld was officially the CEO and president of CNN. So when Reese signed on the dotted line, Ted told him, quote, "We're going public with this thing at the National Cable Television Convention in Las Vegas in 3 weeks. And we'll need names, some big names. This time, we're going to make it official. CNN will go on the air on June 1st next year, come hell or high water," end quote. Just a few weeks later, they were in Las Vegas, where Ted was holding another press conference to announce CNN to the cable industry. But this time, he wasn't asking for permission, and he wasn't light on details. No, he was laying out his real plans for CNN and hoping, praying that the industry would finally buy it. Because if CNN could just make it to the air, the money would flow to everyone. But before Ted and Reese could sell their all-news network dream again, they'd need one thing first: a name talent. Now, in the news world, like most industries, there's levels to everything. Hiring someone to read the news? Sure. But hiring capital T talent? Someone viewers know and trust? Someone who adds legitimacy and lifts your entire brand with their mere presence? Well, that's a whole different ballgame. So if you're launching the first ever 24/7 news network, you don't just want a pro. No, you need someone viewers know and respect. Someone with experience, gravitas, veritas. Someone who instantly tells the world what your network stands for. And under normal circumstances, finding this person, this unicorn, takes a lot of time, you know? You've got to find them, pitch them, sell them on the idea. Then you've got to vet them. All the usual stuff you do when it comes to name talent. So Reese got to work, and he was under a truncated timeline. Now, his target wasn't Dan Rather, but another former CBS newsman who had some of the strongest journalism credentials out there. A guy who, after decades at CBS, as one of Murrow's boys, had been pushed out. And now, he wanted back in the game. His name was Daniel Schur, and if you were starting a news network and needed someone with journalism bona fides, Schur's resume would be ideal. Not only that, he was a free agent, and he had a lot to prove. Now, Daniel Schur's journalism career could easily fill an entire episode of this show, but let me give you a quick rundown on who he was so you can get a feel for the kind of credibility he brought to CNN. From 1953 to 1976, Daniel Schur worked for CBS News. He'd been handpicked by the legendary Edward R. Murrow, one of the founding fathers of TV journalism, and joined the elite group known as Murrow's Boys. These were reporters Murrow personally trained to present the news with integrity and strength. You see, Schur was a real reporter at heart. His work took him around the world, including a very important assignment in the Soviet Union, where he interviewed Nikita Khrushchev in 1957. But when Soviet censors tried to control his reporting, he refused to comply and was expelled from the country. Next, Schur was sent to Berlin, where he got a tip one night that a wall was going to be built dividing the city. So, thinking on his feet and acting fast, he grabbed a crew and filmed the moment the barbed wire was unspooled and tanks rolled in to seal off the east. Now, getting that footage back to CBS wasn't easy. It had to be flown to New York, then delivered by motorcycle to CBS headquarters. Remember, even the networks with their unlimited budgets and all their personnel struggled with global coverage before satellites. Still, Daniel Schur always saw himself as a journalist in television, not of television. And what I mean by that is he valued the craft more than the medium. But he also admitted that he liked the ego boost he got from being recognized in public. Nonetheless, TV news frustrated him. He once said he, quote, chafed at the straitjacket of the conventional TV news story. A brief introduction, voiceover silent film, a snippet of somebody speaking, a brief conclusion. He added, quote, any story on a controversial subject that is packed into so small a container tends to burst on an interested party like a hand grenade, end quote. According to Schur, television was a, quote, lumbering King Kong that altered the landscape by weight and force, brushing aside complexities and seizing upon a few concrete images, which made covering a story as important and complex as Watergate a particular challenge, end quote. So yeah, Daniel Schur wasn't just a reporter. He was a journalist with a capital J. He had guts, ethics, and integrity. He was exactly the kind of voice CNN needed in order to be taken seriously from the start. Now, like a lot of serious reporters, Schur was initially skeptical about TV journalism, but eventually the perks of the job, like traveling in first class and having a generous expense account, eased those concerns. The fame didn't hurt either. That is, until he started clashing with his bosses at CBS. When CBS executives bowed to the White House demand to avoid instant analysis after a presidential speech, Schur resisted to go along. He also refused to read commercial sponsor names on air, seeing it as a breach of his journalistic integrity. See, I told you Daniel Schur was old school. After criticizing CBS for being too soft on Nixon, Schur was ordered not to speak in public, something he later said made him feel like he was back in Russia. And it's worth noting he even earned a spot on Nixon's list of enemies during the Watergate era. Then came more issues, like when CBS aired a rerun of I Love Lucy instead of what many saw as an important Vietnam hearing, a decision that led CBS News president Fred Friendly to resign in protest. And later, Schur's hard-hitting story on pollution in the fishing industry caused sponsor Bumblebee Seafoods to pull their ads on the network, which served as a clear reminder to Schur that TV news still depended on its advertisers. Of course they did. He summed it up, quote, TV exists on ratings, and the only real standards on TV is what sells and what doesn't sell, end quote. But the worst was yet to come, with the final straw being after Schur refused to reveal the source who leaked a controversial congressional report on illegal CIA and FBI activities, causing him to become the story. You never want to become the story in journalism if you're a journalist, right? Schur had gone from being a newsman to becoming the news. And while his fellow reporters defended him, late-night TV comedians mocked him. Ironically, the contents of the leak were overshadowed by the drama surrounding him. By September 1976, Daniel Schorr had had enough and resigned from CBS News, leaving behind a legacy of journalism integrity and, in the end, controversy. He'd gone from a CBS News icon to an outcast. After leaving CBS, Schorr picked up freelance work, moderating panels, occasionally working for NPR, but he struggled with losing his identity as a high-profile CBS newsman. It really hit hard when a stranger asked, "Hey, didn't you used to be Daniel Schorr?" I think we've seen that in a movie, right? Schorr was having a legitimate identity crisis when he started to wonder if he actually liked working in television, or did he just enjoy all the recognition that came with it? Now he had to decide. Did he want back on TV so bad that he was willing to take a chance on Ted Turner, a man he barely knew, and join a brand new, unproven news network on a new medium, cable? He later recalled, quote, "I only knew what I'd read in Time magazine, but I had been told that one of the things Turner did was kind of a lampoon on the news in the middle of the night. So naturally, I was a little bothered about why Reese would think I might want to join this guy's operation," end quote. So the big question was it worth it? Was it worth lending his credibility and name to Ted Turner for a six-figure salary and another shot at maybe the big time? Now, money often helps with these kinds of questions. A six-figure salary during a recession at a time when network phones weren't ringing helps even more. It didn't matter if Schorr had decades of experience or that he had 3 Emmys. CNN might be his last dance, his last opportunity, right? So he figured if Ted Turner was really serious about building something important, like a 24/7 news network, and if he really wanted him to join his rebel army, then maybe Ted was committed. Still, Schorr wanted to meet his potential future boss face to face before signing anything. So, once Reese had worked out a deal with Schorr's agent, it was time for Daniel Schorr to meet Ted Turner. And it happened in classic Ted Turner fashion, under pressure, at the last minute, in one of those now or never kind of moments that usually only happen in the movies. But those were the kinds of moments where Ted thrived. And it all went down in Las Vegas on May 21st, 1979. The very same day, Ted and Reese were set to officially announce CNN to 1,200 cable operators. As part of Ted's presentation, he wanted Schorr beside him on stage to show the industry that CNN had real talent, someone serious, someone credible. And it makes a lot of sense, right? You know, social proof. So that morning, Daniel Schorr walked into Ted Turner's suite at the Las Vegas Hilton for breakfast. And Ted wasted no time as he turned on his trademark charm, praised his career, then launched right into his big theory of news. As Ted paced around the room, he explained to Schorr, who, mind you, had spent 24 years at CBS News, that the networks were dinosaurs. Not only were they going extinct, but newspapers were too. They were too slow. They wouldn't be able to keep up. They'd never survive. Cable was the future, and with CNN, they'd deliver what was happening in real time, straight to the audience. Now, I hope I've done a good job setting this scene because in my mind, Schorr must have been a little startled, but also kind of enamored by this whole thing of being told, like, the industry you've been working in for years, it's going the way of the dodo. Still, Schorr wasn't going to let Ted off easy. He knew all about Ted's history and reputation with news on TBS. So, he brought up the German Shepherd who once anchored Ted's news at 3 a.m. But Ted didn't dodge any of his questions. He was straightforward, admitting, "Yeah, I didn't take the news very seriously back then, but this time's different." Plus, Schorr would technically be CNN's first employee. He'd get a six-figure salary, stock options, and whatever title he wanted. Not that Daniel Schorr cared. But there was a catch. Ted needed Daniel Schorr to say yes, now, right there. Schorr wrote in his memoir, quote, "At first blush, not where a traditional newsman would want to spend his waning years, nor indeed was I the kind of person who would appeal to the flamboyant media entrepreneur," end quote. Now, it didn't take long for Schorr to realize just how desperate Ted was. He needed Schorr's name on a contract ASAP, because that afternoon, they were going to formally announce CNN and Ted wanted Shore on stage standing right next to him. Now, it goes without saying, Daniel Shore was exactly the kind of person CNN needed in order to be taken seriously. So yeah, this was a real pressure moment. He recalled, quote, "I started asking a lot of questions naturally. It was obvious Turner wanted to hire me, but he hadn't given even the slightest thought to any of the details. Would I have to read commercials? Would I have a free hand in making editorial judgments? What kind of backup support would I have?" End quote. And so, after beating around the bush for a while, Ted eventually threw his hands up and blurted out, quote, "Look, I have a press conference in less than 20 minutes, and I'm going to announce the start of the cable news network next June 1st. If you will appear with me, if you will want to work with me, let's sign something, anything." End quote. Shore added, quote, "Then Turner started shouting. He said he would pay a lot of money, a very substantial amount of money, just for the use of my name." End quote. So Ted was desperate, and Daniel Shore could see it. This was not about showmanship. Ted was serious. He was building something that put news first, and maybe, just maybe, CNN could revive Daniel Shore's career. So there was a lot of upside for Daniel Shore. He was pretty much in, but at 63 years old, he was also no spring chicken. He didn't want to be a manager, nor did he want to be a pitchman for CNN. He refused to read ads or do anything that would violate his journalistic standards. Shore later said that he took two things away from that breakfast meeting with Ted Turner. One, this was definitely not CBS. And two, he liked Ted's enthusiasm and wanted to be part of his team. But before signing his contract, he wanted to add a few conditions, which might as well. I mean, he's got the leverage, the clock's ticking, and Ted's desperate, right? So Shore told Ted, quote, "I absolutely will not do anything I don't want to do. Nothing I feel might compromise my professional standards," end quote. What Shore insisted on was simple. The right to resign if Ted ever said anything publicly that embarrassed him. The right to resign if Ted interfered in what he wanted to say, as long as that was reasonable. And last, that Ted wouldn't ask him to do any commercials. And making these last-minute demands, Shore looked Ted straight in the eye, fully expecting him to flinch, but he didn't. Instead, Ted put a piece of hotel stationery in Shore's hand and said, quote, "You write an agreement that says you won't have to do anything you don't want to, and I'll sign it," end quote. Shore took the elevator to the lobby and hand-wrote a one-page contract that said, quote, "No demand will be made upon him that would compromise his professional ethics or responsibility," end quote. And later, reflecting on his one-of-a-kind, never before and never again contract, Shore said, quote, "I wrote my own protection into the agreement right there, in my own hand. I have never before or since had that kind of protection in any contract I've ever signed." Of course, when Turner's lawyers saw what he'd agreed to, they were pretty upset. And that clause, which as far as I know is unique in the annals of broadcasting, probably cost me in the long run, but it gave me complete editorial control. I became CNN's first editorial employee with an ironclad 5-year contract, probably the tightest anybody had ever seen, just so Ted could go ahead with that press conference. When Turner signed that agreement with me, there was no CNN, no structure, no organization, no office, no anything. This guy had the reputation of a buccaneer, but later on, I came to understand that he was really serious about doing something worthwhile, end quote. And finally, some of the highest praise Shore could give, he said, quote, "He was very, very different from the kinds of professionals I was used to at CBS. But now that there's some distance between us, I can say with conviction that Ted Turner is very possibly the closest thing there is to Bill Pally today." Pally, of course, had 3 great qualities. 1, a knowledge of programming. 2, superb entrepreneurial skills. And 3, an awareness of where the communications business in his day was going. Turner has that same kind of programming sense. He's also a terrific entrepreneur, maybe even better than Pally. And he understands cable and its potential. I could see that he was starting to do in 1980 what Bill Pally had done 50 years earlier. And frankly, I was happy to be along for the ride, end quote. Now, I'll cover CBS's Bill Pally more in depth in future episodes, but he's basically the godfather of network broadcasting, along with David Sarnoff. So let's just say that Daniel Shore comparing Ted Turner to Bill Pally speaks volumes. Anyways, back in Vegas, the energy in the small hotel conference room was intense. And at 4:30 p.m. on May 21st, 1979, the 3 men, Ted, Reese Schonfeld, and Daniel Shore, walked in and made history, announcing their plan to conquer the news world with CNN. In the 6 months since Ted last pitched CNN, cable's potential had only grown, both inside and outside the industry. In Lisa Napoli's Up All Night, she described the scene backstage that day as the three men stood together before the press conference. Ted broke the ice to his new partner, saying, quote, "Well, I'm betting $100 million on you guys." Daniel Shore replied, "Well, I'm betting my reputation." And Reese finished the thought, "Well, I'm betting my life." Then they walked on stage, where they formally announced CNN. Standing in front of the press, Ted announced his partners, Reese Schonfeld as president and CEO, and Daniel Shore, former CBS correspondent, who would serve as CNN's senior correspondent in their Washington bureau. Then Ted explained that CNN's funding would come from the sale of WRET, their Charlotte, North Carolina TV station, which was now on the market. And from there, Reese laid out the news plans for the cable industry, as well as press in attendance. He explained how they were going to cover stories live, shared details about their bureau locations, and gave an early estimate on how much staff there would be. Of course, almost all of this would evolve over the next year, as it always does when you're going from making projections into reality, especially when you're building something that has literally never existed before, and you're doing it all from scratch. Ted talked about the future, the satellite, and then he laid out the pricing for CNN, 15 cents per subscriber per month for cable systems that carried the superstation. Otherwise, it would be 20 cents per month per subscriber. It was the exact same pricing he'd offered cable operators 6 months before at the Western Cable Show. But 6 months before, nobody bit. This time, things were much different, and CNN wasn't just an idea, it was real. Reese described the scene in the room as, quote, electric. Potential customers swarmed around us. They believed something big was coming, and they wanted to be a part of it, end quote. Finally, Dan Shore told the crowd that he was betting his reputation both on CNN and Ted Turner, and Reese said he was betting his life. And Ted? Well, Ted said he was betting his fortune on CNN. Talk about skin in the game, right? They don't make them like they used to. When asked if CNN would really launch on June 1st, 1980, Ted didn't flinch, saying, quote, absolutely goddamn firm, end quote. And as the press conference wrapped, standing next to Daniel Shore and Reese Schonfeld, Ted looked out at the room full of cable operators and reporters and declared that CNN would be, quote, the greatest achievement in the history of journalism, end quote. After CNN was announced, Ted and Reese hit the road on a promotional tour, keen on stirring up as much interest in the channel as possible. One of their key stops was lunch at the Gray Lady herself, the New York Times, at the invitation of Les Brown, who was the paper's TV editor at the time. Now, lunch with the editors at the Times doesn't sound like a big deal, but it was serious business. Even the most powerful people in the world came to New York to pay homage, play the game, and then hope for the best. They still do. But Ted? Well, as we know, Ted wasn't exactly known for playing the game or kissing the ring. So, as soon as they arrived on 8th Avenue, Ted went right on the offensive, taunting the Times editor, saying, quote, you're putting out a paper tomorrow, and we're putting our news out for today, end quote. You see, in Ted's mind, CNN didn't just compete with newspapers. It made them obsolete the second they hit the presses. And he didn't just say they were obsolete. No, that would be too simple. Instead, he broke it all down for them, step by step, describing just how outdated the process of making a newspaper in 1979 every day really was. Now, I'm going to paraphrase this, but it went something like this. First, you buy land in Canada and plant trees. After 10 or 12 years, you cut them down and turn them into pulp and newsprint and transport the rolls to New York City. Union workers load them onto printing presses, which produce the newspapers. These are then loaded onto trucks and distributed across the city and beyond. And then, with a big grin, Ted said, quote, we do the whole process of getting our news to our viewers by pressing a single button, end quote. In other words, Ted was telling the New York Times editors that newspapers were dead and that his 24/7 news network was going to render them irrelevant. Now, despite Ted's candor, the lunch carried on with the Times editors asking a number of questions about everything from CNN's schedule to their format, talent, point of view, all standard and easy to answer. But then came the big question, quote, "What are you doing that the networks have not done?" End quote. And Ted responded perfectly, saying, quote, "We're going to do live news and more live news like it has never been done before." One editor shot back saying, "Won't you be covering a lot of one-alarm fires?" To which Reese jumps in and says, quote, "Yes, but if we don't, we'll never know whether it's a one-alarm fire or the one that burned down Chicago," end quote. Then he added, quote, "What we want to sell in terms of live coverage is a role in the process for our viewers," end quote. Now, Reese's response provoked an excited one from Ted, who said, "Oh, strong." And that concluded their high-stakes lunch at the New York Times. Now, to me, this is just my point of view, the most interesting part of the lunch wasn't what was said, it was what was not said. You see, the Times editors, who are some of the biggest, brightest, and most influential names in journalism, they couldn't see what was coming in just 1 year. They couldn't imagine how Ted's tsunami of live, around-the-clock news would soon reshape not just the entire news and TV landscape, but the entire world. No one really could. But make no mistake, it was coming fast. Les Brown later told Reese, quote, "The Times people were absolutely terrified, but they were terrified of Ted Turner, not of CNN," end quote. Brown even wrote about the lunch for the paper. That was part of his job, but Times editor Abe Rosenthal killed his story, saying it was too positive. Since CNN wasn't even on the air yet. But I love Ted's take on it. He thought basically the New York Times wasn't going to write its own obituary. Reese added, quote, "Looking back, I suppose that if you tell the New York Times you're going to bury them, maybe you shouldn't expect much space in the paper," end quote. I think both of them have fair points, but better point, Reese. Okay, let's keep moving because we've only got so much time this episode to tell the story of building CNN in just 11 months, and we are off to the races. Now, motivation is an interesting thing, right? What motivates someone to take on something so gigantic? When Ted Turner decided to create the first 24-hour news network, he was risking everything he had, but he believed the mission was worth it, saying, quote, "Back in the dark ages, only the church and politicians had knowledge, and the people were kept in the dark. Information is power. I see CNN as the democratization of information. I'm going to do the news like the world has never seen news before. This will be the most significant achievement in the annals of journalism." He added, quote, "I intend to conquer the world, but instead of conquering with bombs, I intend to conquer with good ideas," end quote. Meanwhile, his co-founder, Reese Schonfeld, had his own driving force, saying, quote, "For 23 years, from 1956 to 1979, when I worked in the news business, there were always more stories than I had money to cover. I dreamed of having enough money, enough airtime, access to enough homes, so that stories that should be told, would be seen by a worldwide audience. It was a case of the truth shall set you free. I thought the task was simple. If we delivered the facts about everything we saw as important in the world, people would act righteously, and the world would be a better place. What newsman could have a better dream than that? It took 23 years for technology, mostly satellite and cable, to catch up with my dream. During those years, I grew smarter. I grew angry at the three networks whose promise to bear the torch of truth masked a sound of commercial motive. They used news as an alibi for the mindlessness of the rest of their schedules. I was gambling that I could make it better," end quote. I love the part where he says I was gambling that I could make it better, because what better startup story is there, especially in media, where you're doing storytelling, it is storytelling, whether it's news, entertainment, whatever. And you're basically just making a bet that you can do what everyone else does better than them, and that people will like it and like you. And in the past, they didn't need to necessarily like the founders or the people running the companies. It's a lot different now, where you have content creators and YouTubers, and anyone can have a podcast and stuff like that. I want to run a media business, not just one or two podcasts. I don't necessarily want to be called a content creator ever. If I was a filmmaker, which I'd love to be. If someone said, I love your content, I'd be like, what are you talking about? You know, if you make films, you're a filmmaker. So what he's doing is gambling. He's making a gamble that he can do it better. And that is what you need. You need that irrational confidence. It's borderline delusional, especially in media, especially today, but even back then. Because like the idea of saying, oh, I can take on the networks and we can make this better than theirs, that takes a lot of confidence. Now, Ted and Reese's mindsets were kind of like the perfect yin and yang. Different styles, different strengths, but together, they were exactly what was needed to build CNN. Without one, the whole thing collapses, right? And as they raced towards their June 1st, 1980 launch, Jim Kitchell, who's one of CNN's first employees, said in Hank Whitmore's book, CNN, The Inside Story, quote, it was a challenge to do something that nobody had ever done before. And I was intrigued by it. Every one of us said, we're not going to be ready. Let's try to delay it. And the answer from Ted was no. We're going to start on the 1st of June, whether we're ready or not. That was incredible pressure, forcing us to work 18 or 20 hours a day. But it was fun, end quote. In the pursuit of anything great and audacious, it really helps to have someone who pushes you, right? You know, I remember there was this race, it was called Breaking 2, where Nike had Eliud Kipchoge, and they wanted him to break the 2-hour barrier for the marathon. But in order to do that, they knew they needed to put faster people in front of them in terms of sprinters. So they had Olympic sprinters, like I think Bernard Lagat was one of them. And basically, they're just pacing him, kind of like a rabbit pacing greyhounds in a greyhound race. So it helps to have someone in front of you that you're chasing. It is so hard to be the leader from the front. You need to like have something you're pushing towards, someone who's pushing you. For CNN, that person was Ted Turner, and his 11-month deadline was absolutely real. There would be no extensions, no backups, no safety nets. They had to launch the world's first 24/7 news network on June 1st, 1980, or else. And let's be honest, when you're pushing hard and moving fast, 11 months can go by just like this. So you've got a choice. Do you want to sit on your ass and hope something happens? Or do you want to get moving and make history happen? Remember, back in episode 1, I quoted Ted saying, quote, the happiest times are when people get together and do something. People have the most fun when they're busting their ass, end quote. And I can definitely relate. Almost all of my favorite work memories aren't from sitting around bored doing nothing. No, they're from times where we busted our asses to make something great together. I'm sure you can relate. And if not, what are you doing? Go make something awesome happen and do it with people that you like. That's just like my little spiel. Anyway, starting in the summer of '79, the CNN team had to move fast because Ted's budget and timeline didn't leave much room for anything else. It was time to put up or shut up. Now, earlier this episode, I mentioned Ted's vision for CNN, you know, with the repeating blocks of news, sports, business, and soft features, and how Reese wasn't a fan because he had a different plan, something that was more fluid. He liked to call it a flow of information or a river of information. And after reading that, my first thought was, okay, that's pretty vague. It's hard to sell a river of information or a river of news to people, right? But once Ted and Reese announced CNN to the world at that convention, the real work began. No more hypotheticals. It was time to take Reese's vision, which had been shaped over decades of thinking about this exact scenario, and turn it into reality. You see, Reese saw CNN as a bottoms-up news operation where bureaus would send in stories, producers at headquarters would slot them in into their schedule, and the news would literally flow in and out throughout the day, and in the process, keeping viewers plugged in. In a way, it sounds kind of like a professional curated version of a Twitter feed for cable, but without the crowdsource element, right? Put another way, Reese Schonfeld envisioned a free flow of news that continuously transitioned from one story to the next. There'd be no rundown, no rigid format, just news anchors reacting in real time to whatever news came in through the satellite feeds. Reese wanted viewers to hang on to their seats and not change the channel, because if they did, they might miss something. Basically, Reese wanted CNN's free flow of news to feel like sports. And just like a live sports crew, CNN would pivot on a dime, all depending on what was happening in the world at that very moment. It's a pretty simple idea, but it's also radically bold. You see, Reese knew TV audiences were restless. If CNN moved too slow, people would just change the channel to something more exciting. Duh. But if CNN's pace was fast and unpredictable, they'd stay locked in. Now, all of this sounds very obvious today because it's kind of how every news operation works, especially when there's a lot of news. But back in 79 and 80, this was a very bold, ahead of its time strategy. Reese understood that 24/7 live breaking news wouldn't just make CNN must-see TV, it would also completely change how news was covered forever. Remember, CNN had 24 hours to fill every single day, which was 23 and a half more hours than any network had ever had to program for news. Reese said, quote, "What I did know is I wanted it to be fluid, to be spontaneous, to reach Frank Zappa and the other dopesters, even while it appealed to their 75-year-old grandparents retired and living in Miami Beach," end quote. And he didn't stop there. He added, quote, "CNN was created to bear witness, to ensure that no sorrow go unmourned, no joy uncelebrated. Of course, CNN was also created to make money. It was created to offer information and understanding of current events, to place them in historical context, and to illustrate them with arresting images. It was created to permit its viewers to talk back to CNN. It was created to provide, for the first time, timely financial news, sports news, entertainment news. It was created to offer news from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. again. It was created to build the largest audience possible so that it could sell commercial time and make money. I believed then and still believe that the best way to build an audience and sell commercials and make money is to do the best news in the world, to do that news live as often as possible, to seek out the stories of which others knew nothing, to demonstrate the significance of stories that others dismissed. In short, to be original from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. again. In originality would lie our strength," end quote. Meanwhile, the networks were essentially using the same playbook since they doubled their news format from 15 minutes to 30 minutes in 1963. Reese believed the best way to build an audience and make money was very simple. Do the best news in the world. Live, original, unexpected. And that originality would be CNN's edge. Years later, Reese finally gave his free-flowing news strategy a name. And it didn't come from some focus group. It actually came from Frank Zappa, rock legend, who watched CNN in 1980 and called it randomonium. Reese said, quote, "Randomonium is what I wanted CNN to be, only I didn't know a name for it," end quote. So while Ted kept mentioning his wheel format with 30-minute blocks of news, sports, business, and soft features, all on repeat, Reese kept reminding him that that format wasn't going to happen, at least not on CNN. Now, it will actually show up later, but that's a story for our next episode. Still, Ted got a little annoyed that his format concept was getting ignored, asked Reese, quote, "What makes you so fucking smart?" Reese's response, "You picked me." Almost immediately, the two laughed, which I love. Like, they're in the middle of it. But here's the thing. Ted did give Reese control over CNN's format, content, and personnel. And if he didn't want to honor that deal, well, he shouldn't have hired him in the first place, right? Reese's vision of randomonium, with live news flowing from around the world back to Atlanta, meant producers were often flying by the seat of their pants. They had to cover breaking stories in real time, which kept viewers on their toes. It added suspense, cut out predictability, and injected a whole new kind of energy into TV news, something that had never really existed before. Guys, this was actually both groundbreaking and a game changer, because TV had been so predictable for decades. Now, a news network was planning on bringing the unknown into living rooms every minute of the day. That is powerful stuff. Still, it's not like Ted just sat around while Reese built CNN. In fact, one of the first things Ted did was commission the logo for CNN, and while he balked at the initial $5,000 price tag, he ended up spending $2,800 for the same logo CNN still uses today. You know the logo, with bold red CNN letters and a white line running through them. That white line symbolizes a cable because it's cable news network. Now, Reese thought it looked like snakes fucking, which are his words, not mine, which has been seared into my brain for months. But at the end of the day, it was Ted's money, so it was his logo. Fair enough. Meanwhile, Reese raced to build, and build. He called CNN, quote, the most exciting opportunity in journalism in this quarter of a century, end quote. I would argue that it might have been maybe the entire century. It might have been the entire 20th century. But Reese knew this was his one shot to do news better, and that pressure really propelled him into hyperspeed. Now, when you think about it, logistically, this was an insanely complex operation to pull off in just 11 months. But for Reese Schonfeld, it wasn't just a job. It was a dream. It was a calling. He later said, quote, it wasn't just the money. It wasn't even his conviction. I was convinced Ted was really ready to roll the dice. It was also the fact that he was willing to lose everything. His television stations, his sports teams, his plantation, his yachts, everything, if cable news network didn't work. By personally guaranteeing every nickel he would need to get CNN off the ground, Turner clearly stood to lose a lot, as if he still had something to prove, as if he still needed some justification for having made all that money, end quote. Now, in 1979, the networks were making millions of dollars off just 30 minutes of news a day. That's dominance, right? And did they reinvest those profits into more news or into expanding their dominance or coverage? I mean, sure, they spent more on production, but by production, I mean bigger budgets, fancier studios, nicer equipment, bigger control rooms, and more people at higher salaries. But at the end of the day, their news was still one guy sitting behind a desk reading the news for half an hour. Now, if the networks operated with almost no constraints, CNN was the complete opposite. You see, Reese built CNN to be full of constraints. Every piece of tech, every staff member, and every dollar had to stretch further than anyone ever imagined when they signed on. It was all about doing more with less. Speaking of money, let's talk about CNN's pre-launch budgets. As I mentioned earlier, Ted estimated it would cost $20 million to get CNN on the air and another $2 million a month to run it. Still, just about everyone outside of CNN thought they were way undercapitalized, maybe short by 2 or 3 times. But since no one had ever built a 24/7 news network, the truth was, nobody, not even Ted, really knew what it would cost them. It could have been 100, 200, 300. My argument is that the networks would have been 500, at least. And think about it. That's a scary proposition, especially when you're not swimming in cash like the networks. Today, a media entrepreneur would raise venture capital or private equity to launch something like CNN, but Ted didn't do that. No. Instead, he went all in with his own money. I mean, it's an audacious, hugely bold venture. So if you want a high-stakes game of media Jenga, this is it. And even though Ted had already started building CNN, he still needed the cash to fully fund it, which meant selling his Charlotte TV station, WRET. That's the station in episode 2 that he bought against everyone's advice in 1971 and then had to throw a begathon just to stay on the air. You should check that out. Well, less than a decade later, he turned WRET from a struggling indie UHF station into a valuable local TV station worth $20 million, and Westinghouse was ready to buy it for that $20 million. Good deal, right? Now, even though TBS was profitable, Ted didn't want to pull funds from the superstation, and that makes a lot of sense. So Turner Broadcasting CFO Will Sanders secured a $30 million credit line from a bank in Chicago, but there was a catch. The catch? Ted had to personally guarantee the loan, which meant putting up his real estate and personal assets as collateral. And that wasn't all. Part of the loan was tied to WRET's sale, and that sale hadn't closed yet, even though Westinghouse and Ted had come to an agreement. So, are you starting to get a House of Cards vibe yet? Because if you want all in, this is it. Ted summed up the risk of creating CNN.
Nobody even suggested it until after we announced we were going to do it, and then some people thought, gee, maybe this is a good idea. But it was such a revolutionary idea, and the big corporations in America that thought about it, they've got so many committees and everything, and shareholders and regulations and so forth, they never could quite get it together.
So you will admit it was a terrible gamble, really?
Well, it was a gamble. I wouldn't say it was a terrible gamble. Everything's a gamble. You know, the sun could fall out of the sky tomorrow. The plane you're flying on could crash. The lights could go out here. life is a gamble.
Now, at this point in late 1979, Ted's personal wealth was nearing $100 million. So he saw all these risks as manageable. But let's be clear about what he was trying to do. Ted Turner was attempting to launch the most ambitious news operation ever conceived, producing significantly more news than had ever existed before, while competing directly with the big three networks who had 10 to 100 times his resources. And nobody had ever even tried this kind of thing before. They say there's a thin line between crazy and genius. Well, CNN's launch was going to prove just how thin that line could be. Now, here's something I find kind of funny and very interesting, actually. Despite Reese's obsession for news and his lifelong dream of building a news network, Reese had never actually produced one single hour of live TV. So even though he was running CNN, he needed help. I'm talking about strong leaders who'd been there before, the kind of people who were ready to go to war with him in this scrappy underdog fight against the networks. With financing looking solid, keyword looking, Reese started building his leadership team. Now, as of August 1st, 1979, CNN had two senior news executives, Reese and Burt Reinhardt, as well as one on-air reporter, which was Ted's star talent Daniel Shore, along with a handful of freelancers. That's it. And the clock was moving fast. They had no anchors or reporters, no studios, no bureaus, no equipment or video lines, no programming schedule, and even with Reese's vision of randomonium, that free-flowing, always-on approach to news, there wasn't much of a plan if nothing was actually happening in the news. Because it's one thing to have an idea or vibe of how CNN would work. It's another thing to actually have programming. But Reese had a plan. He wanted 6 bureaus across the country in Chicago, Dallas, Los Angeles, San Francisco, New York City, and Washington, D.C. And each one needed to be staffed with offices and a satellite link to Atlanta. Still think this stuff's easy? They're going to do all of this in less than a year. I mean, are you kidding me? And not only that, Reese oversaw the creation of a first-of-its-kind switch that connected Atlanta with New York and D.C., creating a continuous live news pipeline that kept CNN connected to its two most important bureaus 24/7. This switch was so groundbreaking that even CNN's biggest critics were blown away. There was one catch, and I'm not sure if it was a good thing or bad thing, probably bad, but none of this was ever written down. They were just moving too fast because it was all in Reese's head, and that clock, tick-tock, 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 kept ticking. CNN was scheduled to go live in just 10 months. Now, Reese's first hire was Burt Reinhardt, a friend who was working in home video for Paramount. Reinhardt signed on as CNN's operations manager. He was vital to CNN's success and would later become the president of the network. In addition to Reinhardt, Reese brought in 2 more news veterans. The first was Ed Turner, no relation to Ted, and the second was Ted Mad Dog Kavanaugh, who was CNN's first senior producer. Ed Turner and Kavanaugh were the type of guys you wanted in the trenches with you. And look, anytime someone's got a nickname like Mad Dog, you know they didn't get it from mailing it in. They earned that nickname. Ted's biographer, Porter Bibb, described him like this, quote, "A legend among television newsmen, Mad Dog Kavanaugh had established himself as one of the most aggressive production executives in television. Known to carry a small revolver strapped to his ankle, Kavanaugh was sometimes too aggressive, but would stop at nothing to get a story. He was once reputed to have held a union official out an office window by his ankles until he admitted he was behind a shakedown of station personnel. Kavanaugh had been fired from virtually every important position he'd ever held but one. He quit as news director of KTVU in Oakland, California, when he was pressured against his better judgment into firing someone else. Kavanaugh was considered a monumental liability by most broadcast companies. He was also considered one of the best newsmen in the business, and he would walk across hot coals for his old friend, Reese Schonfeld," end quote. Reese also hired Jim Ketchell, a newsman whose resume basically reads like a history of 20th century broadcast journalism. At NBC, he directed NBC's nightly newscast, the Huntley-Brinkley Report, coverage of the Kennedy assassination, the Cuban Missile Crisis, the Apollo space missions, and Nixon's visit to China. He was legit. They all were. At CNN, Kitchell started as vice president of operations, where he went from 30 Rock to ordering old videotapes from the network he'd just left, NBC, where money was no object. They would just record on tape twice and then throw it out. Together, these guys would become the backbone of CNN, not just in building the network, but in growing it for years to come. You see, Reese had a real talent for hiring, which, isn't a skill you're just born with, right? It takes experience, taste, great judgment, and a sharp eye for people. Think about it. He had to convince seasoned newsmen, a strong breed who hated bureaucracy and didn't trust authority, to walk away from their prestigious jobs to join his pirate ship. And that hadn't even been built yet. For less money, too. That's no easy feat. But they weren't coming for the money. They came for the mission, to do something big, something bold, to make history. And on top of that, Reese also had to sell each of them on Ted Turner, a guy long known for hating the news, now as someone who believed in journalism. And not only that, his checks would actually clear. And somehow Reese pulled it off. He found and recruited his mavericks, the ones obsessed with news, but were sick of 5-year plans and corporate nonsense. And these guys were hungry for a real fight. In time, these newsmen would be known as Reese's Pieces. Now that Reese had his news leadership team in place, it was time to figure out one of the biggest challenges of all, how they'd actually gather and deliver the news 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Now, news gathering isn't just calling a few sources or curating some links for a listicle. It's so much more than that. From relationships to deals to infrastructure, it's a complicated world, and you need deals in place with newsmakers both home and abroad in order to be a truly global news operation. It's also the systems that bring footage from around the world back to your newsroom headquarters and onto the air. And if you want to run a global news operation, you need connections both home and abroad. So let's start with foreign coverage. Now, one of the biggest advantages of hiring Reese Schonfeld was his experience running ITNA, which means the Independent Television News Association, a syndicated news service like AP that gave him strong relationships with major news services around the world. If CNN was going to truly be global, they'd need news content from around the world, and Reese knew exactly where to get it. At ITNA, he'd built systems using footage for Reuters and Worldwide TV News, also known as WTN, which were the two major international video news agencies. He also had relationships with the European Broadcasting Union, which gave him access to video from broadcasters across Europe. Now, you can see why Reese's experience running ITNA was so important to CNN's ability to truly be global, right? For domestic news, ITNA relied upon a network of member stations similar to how the Associated Press works, and Reese planned to bring that same kind of model to CNN. But there was one major difference. ITNA's members paid dues and shared news with each other. Meanwhile, CNN was so cash-strapped they needed to barter, negotiate, trade, do whatever it took to keep their news-gathering costs lower than anyone else thought possible. In September 1979, Reese flew to Berlin to pitch CNN's inclusion as an associate member to the European Broadcasting Union. And while the networks and the BBC tried to block him, CNN got in. Then he went to WTN, told them CNN had little money but a lot of potential, and struck a deal. $50,000 for 1 year, $75,000 for year 2. Global news at extremely low costs. That's how you do it. Startup style, right? On top of that, CNN planned to open international bureaus in London, Rome, and Jerusalem. And in true Reese Schonfeld fashion, those bureaus would decide what stories to cover, not Atlanta headquarters. This was a major shift from how news operations worked at the networks. It was just another example of Reese's bottoms-up approach to news, where he wanted stories to bubble up, saying, quote, "San Francisco knows more about San Francisco than Atlanta does. If the bureau chief can't find better stories than the Atlanta assignment editor, he doesn't belong there. I wanted reporters who would tell a bureau chief stories that the bureau chief did not know. I wanted the Atlanta assignment desk to tell the producers about stories that the producers did not know. Then I wanted the producers to run the stories that nobody knew about. If the story surprised the executive producer, it would certainly surprise the viewer. End quote. And then he gave this incredible quote, which I love, quote, "If a tree falls in the forest and there's no one there to see it, did the tree fall? If a child starves, if a missile tips over, if a mob slaughters hundreds and no one sees it, did it really happen?" CNN needs to have a camera there when the tree falls. We see it, we hear it, and we feel its repercussions. If we choose to turn a blind eye, we put ourselves at risk. The tree may fall on us next time. CNN should scream, "Attention must be paid." End quote. Now, for domestic news, especially in cities where CNN didn't have bureaus, which was most cities in the United States, Reese knew they would need to partner with local affiliates. But there was a problem. You see, a lot of those stations weren't necessarily fans of Ted Turner. After all, he'd taken his local UHF station and turned it into a national superstation. They felt he was undercutting local stations, which I covered last episode. But the truth is, most of those local affiliates made big money from their news. And luckily, Reese had long-standing relationships with a number of local affiliates across the country and knew which stations might be open to working with CNN. It's just more proof that relationships rule the world and that hiring someone with the right experience and right connections can make a huge difference, right? Turns out most of the local affiliate stations that signed on with CNN were already the strongest ones in their markets. So why would they want to work with CNN? It's actually quite simple. They wanted as many news stories as they could get for their stations, along with a shot at being seen nationwide. Now, I'm going to make up an example for you, but let's say there's a big news story breaking in Tulsa, Oklahoma, and CNN has a deal with a local station there. Then they'd use that station's footage on the air nationwide with CNN, and it looks good for both. Not a bad deal, right? And in return, that station could use CNN's coverage from around the country on their own broadcast for free, at least at this point. Not a bad deal. Plus, it didn't hurt that many of these stations were sick of being treated like second-class citizens by their parent networks, where they were constantly told what stories they could and could not run and when. Remember, the networks didn't want their local affiliates doing national news, but partnering with CNN gave them a little more freedom and some satisfaction by sticking it to their parent network. You know, we're all people. It makes sense. CNN let affiliate stations like our hypothetical one in Tulsa tape or even run CNN's coverage live during their own newscasts. This was pretty groundbreaking, and it would get even better, but we'll get to that in a future episode. Still, what's wild is that CNN had no real budget for buying or acquiring news stories from affiliates. Everything had to be done through trade or barter. So if news broke in Las Vegas, for instance, Reese couldn't just throw money at the problem. No, he needed prearranged deals so that he could go live from places like Vegas at a moment's notice. In his memoir, Reese told the story about Advertising Age asking him how CNN was going to get national coverage. He responded, quote, "I told the reporter about our corresponding stations, independents, and network affiliates. She believed independents might help us, but not network affiliates. Not only was WCVB an ABC affiliate, but Bob Bennett was the president of the ABC Network Affiliate Association. I suggested she call Bob. Bob told her that WCVB would indeed be a corresponding station. When Ad Age asked, 'How can you do that? You're the president of the ABC affiliates.' Bob responded, quote, 'Because ABC doesn't run my fucking station. I run my fucking station,' end quote. And that says it all. It's kind of amazing. CNN was asking stations across the country to give them their local news for free, and many of them were game. It was a moment for innovation for local TV, where news was already a big moneymaker. Stations like these were using new tools like videotape, minicams, helicopters, and mobile vans to cover more ground faster and cheaper than ever. And CNN tapped into that shift. And by launch, they had the infrastructure in place to cover stories from almost anywhere in the world. Okay, next up on Reese Schonfeld's tour de force of building CNN in 11 months was video transportation. Remember, before satellites, transporting video meant sending it over AT&T's insanely expensive landlines, which only the networks could afford, right? Now, if you listen to our episode on satellites, you'll remember this was a huge deal because by the mid-1970s, with the rise of satellite technology, the network's biggest advantage started to crumble as their distribution monopoly began its fall from the penthouse to the outhouse. And here's the key. Reese didn't just understand this shift, he was ready to capitalize on it. And just like Ted, he knew that satellites would let CNN bypass the old system entirely and beam news straight from anywhere in the world back to Atlanta. That single innovation made the entire CNN model possible. Now, I've already covered how satellites work in previous episodes, so I'll spare you the details. But what Reese and Ted did with satellites for CNN was groundbreaking. To pull off 24/7 news, CNN needed a permanent, always-on connection between their Atlanta headquarters and all of their bureaus, which meant they needed to build a private satellite network, not for viewers to watch CNN, but instead to bring news back to Atlanta in real time. It's kind of like a bat phone, or like the phone with the Russians and JFK, in the 60s, that connected the Russians and the United States in case there were any real issues. In this instance, they wanted to have a direct line by satellite between each of the bureaus and Atlanta. I think this is actually truly genius and something that none of the networks ever would have invested in. But think of it kind of like a direct phone line that's open 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. But instead of phone calls, they were sending news footage across the world. Okay? Now, at the time, there were two satellite providers that could help CNN, RCA and Western Union. RCA had a better deal since its satellites had 24 transponders or channels, while Western Union's only had 12. That meant RCA was very popular with broadcasters because there was double the capacity. So naturally, most broadcasters chose RCA. Now, CNN, the network, was on RCA, but Western Union was left with a lot of open bandwidth and fewer clients. But CNN needed something different. They weren't looking for a satellite to broadcast to viewers. They needed a satellite to send news back to Atlanta from their bureaus. So when CNN approached Western Union, the company initially thought CNN was just trying to exploit their weak position. That is, until Reese told them, quote, "We really want to use your satellites, not to send CNN to viewers, but to bring news stories back to us," end quote. That changed everything. You see, Western Union loved the idea of becoming CNN's private backhaul network. In return, CNN had one request. They asked to house all of their bureaus in the same buildings as Western Union satellite stations so they could connect their equipment directly to the satellites. Now, this setup is genius because you're killing two birds with one stone. You're putting all of your bureau in the same building as the satellite station. This meant whenever CNN needed to go live from one of the bureaus, all it took was the push of a button. From day one, they could broadcast live from 7 different cities at once, giving them total control, unmatched flexibility, and room for producers to get creative, even when they had no idea what the next story would be. So, CNN set up bureaus in every city with a Western Union uplink: Chicago, San Francisco, LA, Dallas, Atlanta, DC, and New York. Reese later said, quote, "For a CNN bureau to go on the air live, all it had to do was push a button. Atlanta would push another button, and the story would go out to the world. From day one, CNN's transmission system was more flexible than any system created," end quote. It's pretty incredible stuff when you think about it. Not just logistically and technologically, but it's really creative. Now, speaking of technology, Reese wasn't just thinking big, he was thinking smart. He wanted to make CNN faster, cheaper, and more efficient using the newest technologies available. This wasn't necessarily the mindset of the networks, but it was for CNN, who needed to maximize every dollar spent. You see, back in 1979, Most TV stations were still using bulky, expensive videotapes and tossing them after just a few uses. Reese wanted to use smaller, cheaper tapes that were easier to carry and reuse. Keep in mind, even though videotape and computer systems were becoming more available, most stations were still using film and typewriters. But Reese had a vision. CNN would be the world's first paperless, computer-driven news operation. No one had done it yet, but that didn't stop him. He even hired 2 young guys with experience building similar computer systems to create one from scratch for CNN. You see, Reese was always looking for ways to move faster, lower costs, and stay ahead of the curve. Meanwhile, the networks would spend years just debating the same kinds of changes and upgrades. Quick decisions, bold moves, and momentum. Those were going to be CNN's edge. Those are difficult things to compete with, right? Well, they were going to need every bit of an advantage. Earlier in the episode, I talked about Reese Schonfeld's vision for CNN, a 24/7 news network where news flowed in from around the world in a constant state of what Frank Zappa once called randomonium. But CNN couldn't just show any news. Like, there's different types of news, right? So let's talk about programming on CNN. CNN planned on offering 4 different types of news: hard news, financial news, sports, and news talk. There'd be some soft news and a little bit of live news because, like live sports, live news is unpredictable, and unpredictable is rarely boring, right? Didn't you stay up like when you saw breaking news as a kid on CNN? Reese summed it up perfectly, quote, "Every time I hear 'coming up at 11, I want to shout, if you know what's coming up and it's so damn important, tell me now," end quote. Exactly. He knew if CNN could become a network that's always seems to be advancing the story, showing something new or giving fresh insights, then viewers wouldn't change the channel. He explained, quote, "Even if CNN didn't do it all the time, even if CNN did it just enough to make viewers afraid they might miss the event of a lifetime, we'd have them by the eyeballs," end quote. Remember, Reese believed in a bottoms-up, live-in-the-moment format. No forced transitions, no tidy packages. Quote, "News stories occur randomly. It was CNN's mission to present live, random news as it occurred, without attempting to force a relationship between one story and the next," end quote. And the audience isn't stupid. That's kind of what they've always wanted. Instead of tidying all these packages up like they did on the network news, this strategy wasn't just editorial. It was smart business. It gave anchors a new way to hook viewers. Instead of saying, "coming up next," they could say, "I don't know what's coming up next. Let's all find out together." What that did was turn the news into something different, something with real suspense. It started to feel more like a TV show with tension, drama, and the adrenaline of live unfolding action. The news now had cliffhangers. It was no longer just information. It was entertainment. Now, over at the networks, building a programming schedule was considered a real art form, and it remained that way for decades. And in future seasons, I really want to explain just how nuanced and complex it got, especially in the 90s and 2000s. I mean, there's some real geniuses doing those schedules, but when it came time to build CNN's actual programming schedule, let's be real. You can't just say, we're a free-flowing river of news and not have a real plan. CNN then turned to one of Ted Turner's favorite strategies, counter-programming. Now, if you've made it this far, you know that I talked about counter-programming at length in episode 2. But if you're new, here's a quick rundown. In a nutshell, counter-programming was one of Ted's go-to strategies back at WTCG in the early 1970s, before he was even on cable. And it's very simple. You look at what the networks are doing, and you do the complete opposite. So when the big 3 networks aired their national news at 6:30, Ted ran Star Trek. That strategy built TBS. It was all about giving people something different and alternative. And now CNN was using a very similar playbook. Reese explained their counter-programming schedule. Quote, "If they're going to start news at 7 a.m., CNN will start their news at 6. If they're going to have their national news at 7 p.m. and the local news at 10 or 11 p.m., we'll counter with business news at 7, news call-in at 10, and sports at 11 p.m. We'll do our main news program, which is called Prime News 120, from 8 to 10 p.m., when nobody else is doing news at all. CNN will overcome a 30-year habit by offering the audience a choice. When they do entertainment, you do news. When they do news, you do financial news, or sports news, or news talk. End quote. It all makes a lot of sense, right? So much sense that I feel dumb telling you this. But it wasn't that obvious to the networks, who were very comfortable sticking to their formula, and their schedule remains the same today, even if it meant splitting their audience into thirds. But with cable, that pie, that audience pie, well, it was about to get split a whole lot more ways. Let's say it's December 1979 and you're an early riser. You want to watch the news at 6 in the morning. Sorry, you're out of luck. The networks don't start till 7 a.m. Similar to how Ted realized there were night owls who wanted to watch something, anything, late at night, like at 3 in the morning. That's why he put his news on there and then shouldered it with movies on each side. Reese sensed an opportunity. Quote, "From day one, I knew CNN would begin its news day at 6 in the morning. I also knew that CNN would do news overnight. Nobody did news overnight, but 4 a.m. New York time was only 1 a.m. on the West Coast, and a lot of people wanted to watch news after they saw The Tonight Show. When Ted, who was not a news watcher himself, saw the schedule, he said, quote, "People are going to watch the news at 6 a.m.? People are going to watch news overnight?" Reese responded, "Yes," causing Ted to just shake his head and leave the room. Ted should have known better. This is just counter-programming, right? Now, part of counter-programming is doing what others aren't. So while the networks ran their news at 6:30 p.m., CNN might air Moneyline, their financial news show. While the networks aired morning talk shows like The Today Show or Good Morning America, CNN started with hard news at 6 a.m., followed by financial news at 6:30, and then rotated the two all morning. At noon, they'd air a soft news show geared towards women. Then from 2 to 6, they went back to their hourly rotation of hard and financial news. That is, unless breaking news happened. And if that happened, then Reese's randomonium kicked in. Randomonium reminds me of that Phoenix song, Listomania. I don't know, it gets stuck in my head. Anyways, at 7:30, while most stations aired soft magazine shows like the equivalent of an Entertainment Tonight, CNN ran sports. Even in CNN's earliest plans, sports were key. ESPN wasn't dominant yet, but bars across the country already had cable for the sports. Now, Reese's idea with this is pretty smart. He wanted to air a sports show with the betting odds and insights right before most games started at 8 p.m., making sure every bar in America was tuned into CNN. That's smart, right? Even though fewer than 20 million homes in America had cable in 1979, most bars did, and that strategy was way ahead of its time. It reminds me a lot of DirecTV's strategy in the 90s and 2000s. Now, in 1980, some baseball teams announced they were moving their games to 7:30 p.m. So logic would say, okay, let's flip CNN Sports to 7 p.m. and move Moneyline to 7:30, right? Wrong. This is where Ted and Reese had their first real fight. Ted said, quote, "You can't do that, Reese. We've sold out our financial show at 7 p.m. The advertisers expect it at 7, end quote. In this case, Ted didn't care for any back and forth with Reese. This was a money talks issue, and the money was talking. Ted wasn't going to budge, nor did he. Sports stayed on at 7:30. So, from 8 to 10 p.m., CNN aired their flagship show, Prime News 120, which ran unopposed since the networks were all running sitcoms and dramas in primetime. At 10 p.m., while local stations went to their nightly newscasts, CNN launched the first national call-in news talk show, later called Freeman Reports. At 11, while most stations returned to local news before the late-night shows, CNN aired sports highlights, basically airing an early version of SportsCenter, which gave fans the day's sports scores 6 to 7 hours before the newspapers did. Then they aired financial recaps at 11:30, more news from midnight to 1, and People Tonight at 1 a.m., which is a West Coast Hollywood gossip show. From there, the whole thing started again at 6 in the morning, and all the while, CNN kept an anchor at the news desk just in case news broke.
Veteran news executive Reese Schonfeld.
We're going to change the deadlines to the whole country. We're going to we hope, make the country realize that news is ongoing, that it doesn't stop at 7 o'clock Eastern time, and that if something happens at 12:30 at night, You don't have to wait until 7 o'clock the next morning to see it.
Are you worried about keeping the quality high?
Yep, very worried. But so long as we're accurate and fast, that's all I'm really going to look for.
Now, all of that was the plan, at least. And inside CNN, people were really fired up about it. It was smart, and more importantly, it was different. But because 24-hour news was such a new concept, they really had to sell it hard. You know, to the press, advertisers, cable operators, potential hires, and of course, future viewers who had no idea why anyone would want to watch news all day. So, Ted held a press conference, of course. He loved doing these. He did them for the Braves. He did them for his suspensions from baseball, America's Cup, etc. So he holds this press conference for reporters where he laid out what a day of programming might look like, including the types of shows viewers could expect every day, while also showing a promotional film that promised, quote, news when it's news, not history. And the kind of news the world's been waiting for. Those are both really good, slogans. I love the news when it's news, not history. You can see it on a billboard, right? You got to visualize these kinds of things. I love visualizing the one-liners, the things David Ogilvy would be pitching, not the kinds of things that a Facebook black box advertiser would be pitching. The promotional film also included some stats, along with a shot at the networks. Quote, recent national surveys show that 36% of all TV viewers want more TV news. They want better reporting, better coverage, more follow-up. National newsmen may tell you that's the way it is. At the cable news network, we believe that's the way it was, and that's why you'll be looking to CNN, end quote. Okay, so we've covered CNN's programming, pre-launching strategies, and distribution, but we haven't touched on how they plan to make money, the green stuff. Through carriage fees and advertising, but that's only part of the puzzle. So let's talk about CNN's earliest advertising and sales operation, because without a budding ad sales operation, CNN wouldn't be long for the world. Now, it goes without saying that as cable grew, it was bound to disrupt the TV ad market. I don't have to be Milton Friedman to tell you that adding more players to the game changes the game for everyone, right? In 1979 and 1980, as CNN was gearing up for its launch, cable reached around 20 million homes. But the TV ad market was still completely dominated by the big three networks, and their monopoly on attention and dollars made it easy for big advertisers to reach massive audiences, right? But that kind of reach and scale comes at a price. Ad time on the networks was so expensive that only the biggest brands like Procter & Gamble, General Foods, Coca-Cola, the Detroit car companies could actually afford it. So smaller companies, even if they were national, were completely priced out. But as more cable channels launched and more homes signed up for cable, that monopoly started to crack. Years later, Peter Seeley, a former executive at Coca-Cola, summed up cable's impact on advertising, saying, quote, in 1967, Procter & Gamble could reach 80% of all women in America with 3 spots on daytime soap operas. In 2000, it would take Procter & Gamble 190 spots across all of national TV to accomplish the same thing. End quote. That is what real disruption looks like. Now, Ted's TBS Superstation was already making progress in the TV ad world as a national alternative to the networks, but selling ad space on a 24/7 news network, one that had never existed before, would be a completely new and unique challenge. CNN's first advertiser was pharmaceutical giant Bristol Myers, who loved CNN's sales pitch to reach half of all cable subscribers. The deal was great PR, $25 million over 10 years from a pharmaceutical giant to sponsor medical segments on CNN, which sounds like a lot of money, right? Then, when you look closer and compare how a single ad on the network's nightly news went for $50,000, while on CNN, the Bristol Myers deal ended up working out to just $60 per ad. So yeah, guys, we're going to need a bigger boat. Now, I'm not saying the Bristol Myers deal was bad. It wasn't. In fact, it was massive. You see, advertising runs on social proof, especially big deals. So once someone takes the leap, others tend to follow. And for Bristol Myers, it made total sense. Their product skewed older, as did the news audience. Plus, that kind of alignment would have cost a fortune on network TV. Anyways, landing Bristol-Myers gave CNN real momentum because it told the ad world CNN was legit. Remember, you don't just launch a news network and expect advertisers to shower you with cash, especially not in 1980 on cable. This was an investment, a bet on CNN's future that signaled to the entire market that they believed in CNN. As Bristol-Myers executive Marvin Kozlow put it, quote, "I loved the idea of CNN from the moment I heard it, so I had to be careful not to pursue it too rigorously because I'd lose my buying position. If they understood how enthusiastic I was, they would have killed me in the deal. So I had to pull myself back. I wanted a 10-year deal because this was an opportunity to get involved with an arrangement that would protect us on long-term pricing. We argued that if our gamble turned out to be correct, if we picked the right horse, then we should have the opportunity in the future to do better than the marketplace." End quote. That's very smart thinking. They're thinking upside. They are not just thinking about now, they're thinking about the future. Now, the Bristol-Myers deal was more interesting than most because what they wanted was more editorial control over the segments where their ads would air than usual. They even asked to approve the on-air talent delivering the medical segments their ads would support. Reese, being the consummate newsman that he was, shut that down quickly, telling them, quote, "I can't do that. You'll have to trust me. You'll never have to be concerned about the credibility of a newscaster," end quote. Bristol-Myers agreed, but think about it. This was a $25 million guaranteed revenue deal from their first advertiser, and they're already testing their editorial independence. That's a pretty high-pressure situation, right? Now, it all ended up working out just fine, but these are the kinds of things you have to deal with when you're building a news media company. And unlike other industries, journalism's always had this idea of church and state, where editorial and business are supposed to be separate. And that tension, that constant push and pull between money and mission, or the public good versus entertainment, comes up a lot in news media. Now, selling ads for CNN wasn't easy. It wasn't like today where you can log into Meta or Google, punch in your target demo, and buy whatever audience you want. Heck, even the team behind the wildly successful Ginsu knife campaign on the Superstation refused to buy ads on CNN. They said what a lot of people were thinking, quote, "Who the heck will watch news 24 hours a day?" End quote. Still, what CNN and the Superstation had that no other cable network did was Ted Turner. And as I've said before, Ted Turner was one of the greatest salesmen the world had ever seen. Now, I've already talked about some of his legendary sales exploits in previous episodes, but when it came to CNN, his challenge was even tougher. Think about it. CNN had yet to launch. They had no audience. Sure, they had projections, but when it came to ratings, hard numbers, forget it. Nielsen wouldn't even measure them until they hit viewer benchmarks they were nowhere near hitting. So Ted knew he couldn't just sell CNN's quality or audience. Instead, he had to sell with what he did have, which was tenacity, ferocity, and courage. It was Ted Turner against the world. George Babick, CNN's head of ad sales, admitted Ted was the world's best salesman. Quote, "I'd seen a diagram of how a satellite worked, so I was sold on cable. I was also sold on news, and mostly, I was sold on Ted Turner," end quote. Now, one of my favorite sales stories about Ted's sales abilities is from a meeting with a prospective advertiser. Ted walked into the meeting with Babick and said something like, quote, "I understand you just signed a deal with NBC. Wasn't it $250 million over 5 years? The advertiser said, "Yes, it was." Then Ted asked, "Did the president of NBC call you to say thanks?" The room turned silent, and Ted said, quote, "You're the biggest client NBC has, and the president didn't call? Who is the president of NBC?" Someone in the room mumbled, "Fred Silverman?" And Ted fired back, "Fred Silverman? It makes no difference who their president is, because he's going to get fired anyway." Then came the closer as Ted smiled, paused, and said, "But no one is going to fire me, because my name is over the door, and I'm asking you guys to work with me to sell your products so you won't have to pay such outrageous prices to NBC," end quote. According to Babick, Ted, quote, "had them in the palm of his hand. We got a big order," end quote. Now, I love this story for a number of reasons. Not just because it's a quintessential Ted Turner story, but because it shows the power of a founder-led company, because Ted had real skin in the game. It was all his own money. He was also saying, thank you for being a great advertiser and being a great client and partner with us. Alternatively, the NBC executive mentioned was a career executive. Like most network executives, not named Pally, these guys barely had any skin in the game. Their careers were dictated on a quarterly basis where all that mattered were results, not necessarily the relationships they built over the long term. Here, the founders' long-term goals were paramount. Anyways, this is just a microcosm of the Ted Turner sales experience. It was relentless, and I'll talk more about sales in our next episode, especially CNN's early post-launch grind. But first, let's get back to building the network itself, starting with the headquarters in Atlanta and Reese's dream newsroom. In CNN, The Inside Story, early CNN employee Flip Spiceland tells the story where, quote, I got off the airplane from Illinois and grabbed a cab to this little white house, which should have been condemned. As the driver pulled up, I said, you made a mistake. Here's the address I want to go to. But he said, this is it. I said, well, I'm looking for a television place. It should be cable news network with TV cameras, not an old white house. So I've either given you the wrong address or you've gone to the wrong place. He said, no, this is the address you gave me. And I said, oh my God, what have I done? End quote. That old White House was CNN's new headquarters. Located just a few blocks from the Superstation's offices in Atlanta, it would become the place where CNN would change the world. Originally, it was the Progressive Club, a Russian Jewish country club that shut down after Georgia banned slot machines in private clubs. It was built in 1938 to resemble a modest version of Terra, the iconic home from Ted's favorite movie, Gone with the Wind. The three-story red brick building featured white Doric columns and a long driveway leading to the front. I am more than sure that you've seen it. I think they had a presidential debate there last year. But by the late 1970s, it had been abandoned for years, where it became a hangout for drifters. And while most saw it as a teardown, Ted saw potential. So, for $4.2 million, he bought the entire property, 90,000 square feet on 21 acres. They called it Turner's Terra on Techwood Drive, and it would be the home where he'd beam the news to the world. From the outside, it looked stately and southern, but inside, it was a wreck. But Ted had a plan. CNN would be in the basement. The second floor would house TBS and CNN execs. And the first floor? Their ballroom would be for the Superstation, which on some nights would host live professional wrestling matches, with Dusty Rhodes, the American Dream, fans and all. Still, they needed to move fast and get to work. That meant building studios, offices, putting up satellites, and creating a newsroom that was out of science fiction, which I'm going to describe shortly. First, though, they needed an architect. And instead of hiring some big-shot architect from New York City with actual experience building TV studios, Ted called his childhood friend and sailing buddy, Bunky Halfrick. Now, Bunky wasn't your typical architect. Most of his work was restoring homes around Savannah and the Low Country. Heck, he didn't even have an office in Atlanta, and he'd never built a TV studio. But Ted didn't care. Bunky was his guy. And I admire that. I think that's kind of refreshing. But together, they'd have just 6 months to turn this forgotten, run-down country club into a fully functioning broadcast center. So now that they had their headquarters, Reese turned his attention to his next big task, building his dream newsroom. Now, you see, for years, Reese had dreamed of creating a newsroom that showed the inner workings of a newsroom while it was live on the air. He called it an open newsroom. Now, this is pretty standard today, right? So normal that you probably never even thought about it. But in 1979, it was unthinkable. It was science fiction. Remember, back then, TV news was polished, quiet, controlled. The idea of showing people moving around in the background while the anchor reported the news with phones ringing, papers shuffling, etc., was considered both distracting and chaotic. The question in 1979 was, who'd want to see that other than Reese? Because Reese did. He wanted CNN to feel alive, like the news was happening in real time, not being delivered in some dark, sterile studio in Manhattan. He wanted energy, movement, and the sense that that was working together right then and now to bring you the news. As he put it, quote, the idea was to demystify news and, quote, let them see how the news is made. You're not revealing the entire magic trick because people are like, how is this happening? Make it feel both urgent and authentic. which is the complete opposite of how the networks had always done their news. And honestly, even at a subconscious level, I think it's a brilliant way to differentiate CNN, right? Make it stand out.
That was Reese's idea, if I remember correctly. He thought, well, we wanted to be a little different, so because if you watched NBC, ABC, or CBS, if you didn't see the initials or the face of the anchor, I mean, the sets all look pretty much the same. We wanted to look different, and since we were on 24 hours a day, we had a lot of activity, and their shows were rehearsed over and over again, blow dryers, and the set, beautiful set, exactly right, with maybe a map of the United States behind it. They had their, because they were only doing it for a half hour a day, and they had plenty of time. We were on all the time, and we wanted to show the activity in a live newsroom, like if you went into a newspaper to see the newsroom. Once again, they didn't have a set. People were walking around. We wanted to look different, and we wanted to look immediate, up to the minute that things are happening at our place, as opposed to the set cast newscasts of our competitors. It's a good idea.
Now, Reese had been thinking about this for years, but it's one thing to imagine something and another thing to actually communicate it to others and then build it, right? So when Reese met with all the experts, they all of them, said the same thing. Impossible. The ambient noise would be unmanageable. The lights on set would fry everybody, and there'd be too much happening on screen. It'll confuse viewers, who would then change the channel. It just wouldn't work. So, Reese almost gave up on his dream newsroom. Almost. That is, until he heard about a TV station in Vancouver that supposedly had something similar to what he had in mind. In August 1979, Reese Schonfeld and Ted's architect, Bunky Helfrich, headed to Vancouver to check it out, and their trip came very close to being the last trip anybody ever made for CNN. Now, at the exact same time as their trip, their boss, Ted Turner, was competing in Fastnet, which is one of the most brutal sailing races in the world, right off the coast of Ireland. And after a long flight, Reese and Bunky arrive at the Vancouver TV station, and right as they walk in, the receptionist tells them, quote, "Go home. Your boss is dead," end quote. Now, clearly they're stunned, right? Like, what? Ted Turner's dead? How's that possible? They're told Ted was lost at sea in the worst disaster in yachting history, and that rescuers hadn't been able to find him or his crew. People were being pulled from the water, many of them dead, and it was assumed Ted's boat had been lost in the storm too. Now, Reese was the kind of guy who prided himself on planning for everything, every possible scenario. But this? He was speechless. He had backup plans for every kind of emergency except the one where the guy funding CNN dies in the middle of a sailing race. Because make no mistake about it, without Ted, there's no CNN. So they're still in shock. Reese and Bunky figure while they're there, they might as well tour the TV station's newsroom. And while they're walking through the studio, Bunky suddenly shouts, "There!" Across a row of TVs was Ted Turner, alive, dockside in Plymouth, England, grinning ear to ear, telling the BBC how much he enjoyed the conditions. Ted was very much still alive, and since he was still alive, so was CNN and Reese's dream. At the same time in Denver, Colorado, Daniel Shore was about to take the stage at a conference to talk about CNN. Now, he'd also heard Ted was dead and was completely rattled. That is, until Terry McGurk found him right before his talk and broke the news to him that Ted was alive. Now, you're probably wondering, how could this kind of miscommunication happen, where a veteran newsman like Daniel Shore thinks Ted Turner is dead as well? Well, it all comes down to timing. You see, Denver's 2 time zones behind New York. When Shore saw the news, he'd been watching taped coverage, old news, not live minute-by-minute coverage. And it was at this very moment that Daniel Shore realized the networks were dinosaurs, and CNN with its live, real-time coverage was really going to change everything. On stage, he told the audience, quote, "If you've been watching TV, and if you've heard that Ted Turner is missing, let me tell you that he's not missing. The reason you might have thought he was still missing is because you are looking at old-fashioned television, which is delayed across the country. And that's one thing CNN won't do, because it'll be carried live everywhere, end quote. Now, at the end of the day, Ted's boat, Tenacious, didn't just survive. It won Fastnet in 79 hours, 52 minutes, and 22 seconds. But the storm was no joke. The death toll was 19. And when Ted spoke to the press afterwards, he let his excitement of winning get the better of him, saying, quote, "That ain't the ultimate storm." He continued, "We won because we had a good crew and a strong boat and a lot of experience, and the people who didn't, those went to the big regatta in the sky. I'm not going to say I'm sorry I won. I'm not going to say it. This was the greatest sailing accomplishment in a long time," end quote. Wow. The great regatta in the sky. I get it. It's not a good look. Nobody's perfect. And yes, those remarks are very insensitive. But as Ted grew and evolved, moments like this happen much less often. Still, for many inside CNN, the Fastnet disaster was the moment that confirmed the possibilities of live TV and the importance of their mission. The world needed their 24/7 news channel. And when Ted got back to the United States, he hopped in a cab and asked the driver, quote, "What would you think if you could turn on your TV and see news 24 hours a day?" He answered, "No way. It's always bad news. Who'd watch that?" Ted just shook his head thinking, only the whole world. But here's the crazy part. Fastnet wouldn't be the only disaster in the 10 months leading up to CNN's launch. No, it would get much worse.
After the race was over, I said I was more afraid of losing than I was of dying, and that was true. I was not really afraid of dying.
So, after surviving and winning Fastnet, Ted dove headfirst into building CNN. But on December 10th, 1979, just when everything seemed to be coming together, something happened that no one could have predicted. It all started at Cape Canaveral, the same launch site where NASA launched the Apollo missions to the moon. That day, RCA launched its newest satellite, SATCOM-3, into orbit, where in 6 months, SATCOM-3 was going to deliver CNN to the world. Now, when SATCOM-3 launched, no one really paid attention. RCA had a pretty good track record with satellites, and by then, getting satellites into orbit had become routine. But nothing about outer space is routine, is it? 4 days later, Ted Turner stood on stage at the Western Cable Television Convention to announce CNN's first ad deal, which was the one I discussed earlier with Bristol Myers, committing $25 million over 10 years. Now, keep in mind, just a year before, at this same cable convention, Ted's vision for a 24/7 news network was dismissed by everyone in the cable industry, but a lot had changed in just a year. Cable systems were growing fast. More homes, more channels, more opportunity. New channels like ESPN and C-SPAN were proving that narrowcasting was real, and suddenly the idea of a world with more than 52 channels didn't sound so crazy anymore. The cable revolution wasn't just coming. It was already here. But this morning, as Ted was making his big announcement to 4,000 eager cable industry attendees, he was hit with some unexpected news. SATCOM-3, his satellite, had gone missing. And while the convention floor should have been buzzing about CNN's new big ad deal, since it was real proof that advertisers were buying into the station, all anyone could talk about was Ted's missing satellite. That morning, RCA Vice President Robert Shortall told reporters, quote, "We are searching the heavens. Other companies with satellites are searching the heavens. The United States Air Force is searching the heavens. We honestly don't know what happened. It could have descended into some weird orbit, and we can't find it. Or, for all we know, it's on its way to Mars." Then, quote, "Not too encouraging if you're Ted Turner, is it?" Now, Ted knew his contract with RCA included a backup transponder, which is a spot on the satellite. And he wasn't about to let anything ruin his excitement announcing his big advertising coup. His thinking was basically, and I'm going to paraphrase this, missing? That's RCA's problem, not mine. I've been a customer on their satellites for years. I'll be fine. Surely they have a backup satellite, right? Wrong. Turns out RCA had promised that same backup transponder to 5 other cable companies. That night, Walter Cronkite covered the story on CBS Evening News with a jab that came in the form of a rhyme. Quote, "It was 3 nights before Christmas, and down at the Cape, the SATCOM 3 satellite seemed in great shape. It was RCA's baby that NASA would fling. As it happened, the 150th thing, to be launched by a Delta, a rocket so flyable, that's considered to be absolutely reliable. And from somewhere in space comes the seasonal call, Merry Christmas, good night, and you can't win 'em all." End quote. Now, if this happened to CBS, perhaps their executives would have just shrugged their shoulders and said, let's just push it to the next satellite and go home for the day and not worry about it. No worries, we'll get them next time, right? But Ted didn't have that luxury. SATCOM 3 was gone, lost in space, and so were the hopes of a number of new cable networks, including CNN. RCA, a media and technology giant at the time, also owned NBC, had covered their asses legally, as one does. Their contract clearly said all transponder reservations were subject to a successful launch, meaning RCA didn't owe Ted a thing. And while RCA's older satellite, SATCOM 1, the one that HBO was on, still had 2 available transponder slots and could technically handle CNN's June 1st launch, RCA's solution only made things worse. Instead of putting CNN on SATCOM 1, RCA decided to cancel all of SATCOM 3's reservations and told the 6 networks that they had been counting on to reapply. 6 networks, 2 open slots, and rather than pick favorites, RCA decided to move all 6 to a different satellite, and this satellite was owned by a completely different company. And here's where the problem comes into play. Switching satellites isn't like switching airlines. It's more like trying to play a CD on a cassette player. They don't work together. I'm sure some of the new cable channels might have been able to wait it out because they have better funding or parent companies, kind of like an HBO with Time Inc., but I know CNN couldn't. Their equipment wasn't compatible with the new satellite, and launching on it would mean reaching almost no viewers and almost certainly guarantee CNN's premature death. Now, Ted wasn't going to be intimidated by a mega conglomerate like RCA. He didn't care how big they were or how much power they had. He wanted his channel on that bird or else. A lot of this episode, and really much of the season, is about one man going against the odds and over trying to find a way to win and actually finding it. And while most of that is true, it wasn't just Ted's tenacity and never say die attitude. It was his willingness to act, do the things that others wouldn't, all in order to survive and stay in the game. Because that's what it takes. You got to stay alive, right? It's kind of like Last Mohicans, DDL. Stay alive, I will return. Stay alive.
Stay alive no matter what occurs. I will find you.
And even though RCA had every advantage, Ted knew how to fight back. Much like David against Goliath, he'd use RCA's own assets against them. Here's how. In historian H.W. Brand's Master of Enterprise, he explains that RCA, as NBC's parent company, had a major conflict of interest. Quote, getting space on RCA's satellite for the necessary relay equipment proved more challenging. As the parent of NBC, David Sarnoff's old company had a vested interest in not cooperating with Turner's brainstorm. RCA's engineers and lawyers claimed technical and legal difficulties in providing the service CNN needed. Were perceived a preemptive effort to crush competition, end quote. In other words, RCA controlled the satellite CNN needed. But as the owner of NBC, they also had every reason in the world to slow roll Ted or even sabotage CNN's launch altogether. I'm not a conspiracy theorist, but it makes some sense, huh? Now, legally, Ted's contract with RCA did include a backup transponder, but only in the event of a successful launch. And since NASA insisted the rocket had done its job flawlessly, nobody really knew if a lost satellite counted as a successful launch. Either way, I've said this a few times already, but the stakes were actually higher than ever before for Ted. They just keep getting higher. At this point, Ted had already sunk around $34.5 million of his own money into CNN. Dozens of cable operators had signed on, and their June 1st launch date was fast approaching, 6 months away. Still, they didn't just need a satellite. They needed that satellite, RCA's Satcom 1. This was an existential life or death moment for CNN, and they weren't even on the air. Then, a Turner executive found a clause in a 1978 contract that gave them the right of first refusal on 2 more transponders. Now, whether this would hold up or not was anyone's guess, but it was something to work with. So, Ted gathered his execs and lawyers and marched straight into RCA's offices at 30 Rock in Manhattan, storming in, threatening, and pacing around like a madman on a mission. Remember, if Ted doesn't do this crazy act, who knows if CNN will even launch? So he has to do it. Just keep that in mind. He has to make a move. He has to get on that transponder. Amid the chaos, RCA's executives brush him off, basically saying, and I'm paraphrasing,
"You'll have to live with our decision. Space on the existing satellites is off limits."
That's when Ted's attorney, Tinch Cox, made CNN's case. Quote, CNN ought to be granted a transponder on the equitable ground that CNN's unique cable news programming is more important to the television viewing public than the programming which the other programmers proposed to offer viewers. We all knew that equity didn't mean anything. Then we hit him with the breach of contract. They had denied Ted the chance to exercise his right of first refusal. Then Ted became Ted, end quote. RCA's smugness pushed Ted over the edge. He even grabbed a man by the shirt collar before launching into a 20-minute tirade. He reminded RCA's execs that he'd bet his entire fortune on CNN and that as a charter customer, he'd help put RCA's satellite business on the map. Then he brought up the people he'd already hired at CNN, folks who'd risked their careers to join him. And how? Now he'd have to fire all of them. Then he flat out asked, was NBC's parent company intentionally trying to screw him? From there, Ted locked eyes with the head of RCA Americom, which is RCA's satellite wing, and said, quote, "Sir, does your chairman know what you're doing? Does he realize where this is going to end? I'm a small company, and you guys may put me out of business, but for every drop of blood I shed, you will shed a barrel." End quote. You see, Ted had reached his breaking point. If he was going down, RCA was going down with him. Come hell or high water. And he let them know he'd sue them into the ground if he had to. Of course, RCA's response was very calm and clear. Quote, "Go ahead. We can't give you a transponder if we're denying one to everyone else. But if you sue us and win, we'll be forced to give it to you," end quote. You see, one of the key differences between an owner-founder and a corporate executive is freedom. Ted didn't have to answer to layers of bureaucracy or bosses or committees. He could act on instinct. He could storm 30 Rock and demand a transponder. At a lot of other companies, if the CEO did that, they'd probably get fired. Meanwhile, the RCA exec had to think about his bosses, approvals, optics, and his own job security. This is a major edge for founders, right? So the lawyers from both sides went into another room and hammered out a deal where CNN would get a temporary transponder on Satcom 1 for 6 months, while the courts figured out the rest. If RCA won, CNN would have to move to another satellite. But if CNN won, they'd stay on Satcom 1, and by then, they'd already be in the skies and on the air. But there was a catch. RCA still needed to cover themselves. If they handed out a spot to Ted outright, the other 5 networks would certainly sue. So, RCA basically told Ted with a wink and a nod, "Go ahead, sue us." They even told him they wouldn't fight too hard, while letting Ted file in Atlanta, home court advantage. And when CNN won, RCA could shrug and say, "Hey, the judge made us do it. Like, it's not our fault." After the chaotic but victorious meeting at 30 Rock, Reese Schonfeld described riding the elevator down with Ted. Quote, "Ted was exuberant. We got into the RCA elevator. It was full of people who worked for NBC, but Ted couldn't keep his mouth shut." Ted then turned to Reese and said, quote, "They're going to throw the case, Reese. They're going to throw the lawsuit. They're going to let us win. Reese and the lawyers tried to quiet him, but Ted couldn't help himself. Reese said, quote, Ted couldn't shut up. He crowed all the way down to the lobby. I couldn't blame him. If I were Ted, I'd have been shouting it from the rooftops. Single-handedly, he had all by himself beaten one of the great corporations in America, end quote. So, on February 28, 1980, Turner Broadcasting sued RCA for $35 million, demanding an immediate injunction to secure CNN a spot on Satcom 1. Then, on March 5, 1980, just 90 days before CNN's launch, CNN won a reprieve when a federal court in Atlanta ruled that Ted had the right to one of the two open transponders on Satcom 1, but only for 6 months, all while waiting on the FCC's final approval. Almost instinctively, Ted celebrated both surviving this showdown and defeating RCA by doing what he always did, calling a press conference to declare his victory and that CNN would be on Satcom 1, saying,
And since we're going to be on for such a long period, continuously, we sign on June 1, and barring satellite problems in the future, we won't be signing off until the world ends. We'll be on, we will cover it live. You know, that will be our last event. We'll play the national anthem one time, and that's all.
Now, all of this would have been great news if Ted could actually afford to launch CNN. But at this point, he could not, because while he was fighting RCA in court, another crisis hit. Now, earlier in this episode, I discussed WRET and selling that UHF station in Charlotte, how he's counting on that $20 million from selling it to Westinghouse. Well, that deal with Westinghouse was suddenly thrown into jeopardy. Back in 1980, TV station sales had to be approved by the FCC, and that included feedback from the local community. And in Charlotte, Ted's management team had alienated a lot of people, especially the black community. Ted had mostly been hands-off with WRET. It wasn't part of his long-term plans or cable, but local TV was still big business, and WRET was a valuable asset. Unfortunately, his team's poor handling of local issues drew criticism from the NAACP. So, in the spring of 1980, just a couple months before CNN was set to launch, a group of activists called the Charlotte Coalition filed a petition with the FCC, accusing WRET of, quote, insensitivity in programming and discrimination in hiring and promotion, end quote. They even pushed for the station's license to be revoked. And what this did? Well, it completely froze the sale. The FCC couldn't approve the deal until the station was cleared, and Westinghouse, understandably, was frustrated by the delay. They threatened to walk, and all of this started happening at the worst possible time for Ted Turner. Because if you don't remember, I will remind you, Ted had already borrowed against his $20 million credit line, pulling $12 million from it at a 25% interest rate. Yes, 25%. That's $400,000 a month just in interest. And now that the WRET deal was stuck, the bank called in the loan. Ted was just about flat out broke. A lot of people like to say, oh, he never came close to going broke. No, Ted was very close to being like broke. And with his June 1st launch deadline closing in fast, Ted, a guy who usually thrived on pressure, was suddenly facing the imminent threat of bankruptcy. In April 1980, he told his attorneys, quote, the whole deal is crumbling, and when it goes, it'll take everything I've got with it. We haven't got a transponder. We haven't got the Charlotte money. The banks are calling in their notes on me, and the insurance company already has. I've got 300 people on the cable news payroll and no money coming in to pay them. I just had to borrow $20 million to tide me over. The interest rate is 25%. 25% of $20 million is $5 million a year. There's 12 months in a year, and that's $400,000 a month in interest. I can't pay it, end quote. Holy crap. Meanwhile, the FCC still had not made a final ruling on the satellite transponder. So, if you're ever in a rush, I wouldn't count on the FCC to move any faster. They move at their own pace. As historian Richard Hack put it, quote, the only thing that Turner had less of than money was time, end quote. Everything Ted had was writing on CNN, and if he couldn't launch it on time, game over. The stakes were indeed sky high. One Turner executive later recalled walking into the CFO's office and saying, quote, "We've got no money in the bank and I don't know what to do," end quote. The CFO didn't miss a beat. He picked up the phone, dialed Dial a Prayer, waited a moment, and then hung up and said, quote, "The line is busy," end quote. Now, when your executive team is joking about dialing for prayers, you're pretty screwed, right? You're in some deep trouble. Ted was desperate to sell WRET, so he arranged a meeting with the Charlotte Coalition activist group and brought along a secret weapon, Henry Hank Aaron, baseball legend, icon, and at the time, vice president of the Atlanta Braves farm teams. The meeting started with Ted apologizing for WRET's past mistakes and taking full responsibility. Quote, "You know, I don't blame you guys for being mad at me. I'd be mad at me too. It looks like you've got the same problem I've got in my company. You don't have any blacks in high places either. You've got 3 guys here who are doing all the talking, and they're all white," end quote. Then Ted dropped to his knees and begged, quote, "You've got to let me sell the station or I'm a goner," end quote. Then the soft-spoken Hank Aaron backed Ted up, saying, quote, "This guy isn't prejudiced," end quote. Finally, a deal was reached with Ted agreeing to fund $400,000 in scholarships, internships, and grants for minority groups, plus nearly $500,000 to Johnson C. University. He also agreed to hire a local reverend as a consultant. In the end, the $20 million sale Ted so desperately needed finally went through, just a few days before CNN's debut. Okay, switching gears. One of the biggest fears inside CNN before launch was that they'd run out of fresh news and leave their anchors stuck on the air, ad-libbing for hours with nothing to say. For something that had never existed before, it was a very logical thought. I mean, if you'd only heard Reese's randomonium pitch, that news would flow like a river, you might have assumed they were just making things up as they went along. And look, the big 3 networks were each spending between $100 to $150 million a year just to produce 30 minutes of nightly news. Meanwhile, this startup in Atlanta thought it could do 24-hour news on a $30 million budget, which would defy every single news expert in broadcasting. That's kind of crazy. But in the end, it's not the technology or timing that make companies work. It's people, right? Now, in Reese Schonfeld's memoir, he quoted William Randolph Hearst, who said, quote, "There are no bad news stories, only bad reporters," end quote. Then Reese added his own take, quote, "There are no slow news periods, only slow editors, slow producers," end quote. So, if CNN was going to succeed, it would be because of its people, both on the air and behind the scenes. So let's start with CNN's anchors. Now, Reese Schonfeld had a clear vision for what he wanted from his anchors. At first, he wanted one anchor, usually male, who'd been trained at the networks with what he considered the best habits. Think about the news anchors you grew up with. Similar to baseball players and how they often start in single A ball, almost every news anchor dreams of climbing the ladder and ultimately making it to the big leagues. National news, right? CNN went after the next tier, local news stars ready to make the leap. And Reese knew that they'd have no shortage of strong candidates for anchor roles at CNN, which was a very good problem to have. So they went after local stations for rising talent. But it didn't take long for Reese and his team to realize something. Even with hourly anchor rotations, one person sitting at the desk for an hour felt like a really long time. So they pivoted to a 2-person anchor team that featured 1 man and 1 woman. Smart. And it was totally different from what the networks were doing at the time, which was even smarter. Of course, this realization had ramifications, meaning it instantly doubled their budget for on-air anchors, which was really kind of the beginning of Reese's growing reputation for overspending. But CNN didn't just need talking heads reading headlines. They needed anchors who were sharp, adaptable, and could think on their feet. Before CNN, reporters mostly covered events in person, but TV changed that. Anchors could now tell stories happening far away. CNN wanted to take that idea even further. So, if they didn't have a reporter on the ground, they'd beam in the live footage via satellite, and the anchor would have to watch and explain the story in real time to the audience, right from that studio. And so that means their anchors have to be really sharp, quick on their feet, and able to process fast-moving events and report them accurately as they're happening. Now, forgive the obvious, but finding that kind of on-air talent wasn't easy then, and it still isn't. So, in a small room at the CNN headquarters, CNN's executives screen recruits demo tapes, looking for the right faces to deliver the news right into people's homes around the clock. Pretty soon, that room was filled with so many tapes that when they stacked them up high, it reached 6 feet. And what were they looking for in an anchor? That's a really good question. I doubt if you asked everyone in that room if you would have gotten the same answer or any kind of definitive answer, because this kind of thing is always subjective. It's built on years of experience and instinct. They weren't looking for a specific something. They were looking for it, the it factor. Like most casting calls, it only took seconds for the group to say yay or nay on a prospective anchor's tape. But if someone made it past that first filter, their reel went straight to Reese. One of their biggest challenges was this. The best candidates were already under contract, and the ones who weren't were hesitant to join something as risky as Ted Turner's CNN. Mad Dog Kavanaugh once said, quote, "An anchor is an anchor is an anchor," end quote. And Burt Reinhardt agreed, saying, quote, "The news is what people watch. The news is the star," end quote. And while I agree with both of them, let's be honest, CNN's real star was Ted Turner. Now, CNN wasn't just looking for people with the right look. They needed energy, brains, the ability to think on their feet. And so, of course, they chased a lot of big names, or names that would ultimately become very big. And, of course, they missed out on a number of them. This wasn't CBS or NBC. This was a scrappy, underfunded startup with huge upside, but one that operated in a very different world from Midtown Manhattan. Take Geraldo Rivera. CNN thought they could land him, and they almost did, but he ultimately chose ABC. Had he joined CNN and held on to his stock options through the AOL-Time Warner merger, they would have been worth over $180 million. Woof. Then there's Oprah Winfrey, who at the time was a local anchor and a talk show host in Baltimore. One CNN executive flagged her as a rising star, but Reese didn't even watch her tape. He thought she was too inexperienced. Whoops. Even Roone Arledge later joked in his memoir, quote, "If it hadn't been for ABC dropouts, how would Ted Turner ever have staffed his new CNN?" End quote. Now, finding the right anchors is one thing, but if CNN was really going to work, they'd need an army of behind-the-scenes players to bring the 24/7 network to life. I'm talking about producers, graphics, editors, you name it. The people who keep the machine running day and night. Now, one of my favorite stories comes from a young journalist at ABC News who walked into legendary journalist Carl Bernstein's office to let him know she'd accepted a job at CNN. The confused Bernstein asked, quote, "Why are you going to the minor leagues when you've already made it into the majors?" She replied, quote, "I know, Mr. Bernstein, but I think I need to learn how to play baseball first," end quote. That young journalist was Katie Couric, and she was exactly the type of person that CNN needed. Now, while finding the right on-air talent wasn't easy, Reese wasn't worried about staffing CNN. He put it this way, quote, "In 1980, half of the kids in America wanted to work in television. I had no worry about unions either. Atlanta was an open shop city, and Ted had been running TBS non-union for 10 years, end quote. You see, that non-union part is pretty instrumental in this story, specific to CNN's early survival and later success. But before we get there, I want to talk about one of CNN's greatest and most underrated innovations, VJs. Now, when you hear VJ, your mind probably jumps to MTV in 1981 with Martha Quinn, Nina Blackwood, Mark Goodman, Alan Hunter, J.J. Jackson, right? Most people just assume that MTV invented the VJ since they were the ones putting them on the air. I did before I started researching this show, but it wasn't them. The first VJs actually came from CNN, and the role was born out of pure necessity. So it's early spring 1980, and CNN's launch is less than 90 days away. Reese's staffing projections called for hiring a crew of 86 people to cover 168 hours every week at $20,000 a year each. Now, At the networks, which were union shops, every job was specialized and paid more. I'm talking about camera operators, audio technicians, tape editors, and everyone stayed in their lane, their expertise. Even something as small as clipping a microphone on a shirt, which is something anyone can do, was someone's job. And you couldn't infringe on that job. You'd be breaking the union. Sounds crazy, right? That's just how it worked. And some movie sets still operate this way today. But Georgia was a non-union right-to-work state, which meant CNN didn't have those kinds of restrictions. So at this point, 90 days before, which is not really the best timing, where Reese realizes he has a problem. His budget had ballooned well past expectations, and he didn't have nearly enough staff to keep the network running 24/7 because he'd underestimated staffing needs by as many as 100 people. And a lot of those roles were critical to CNN's success. So yeah, this wasn't a minor oversight. It was a major one. But necessity is the mother of all invention, right? And this time, she smiled brightly on Reese Schonfeld when he realized that instead of hiring specialists for every role, he could actually combine them all into one. Camera work, sound, writing, producing, into one lean, all-purpose, mean, entry-level job that they called the video journalist. And quickly, everyone called them VJs. Pretty cool, right? And who would want to sign up to work insane, grueling hours for a brand new, untested 24/7 news network for just $3.10 an hour? Well, recent college graduates, of course. In Katie Couric's memoir, she recalled, quote, "Since the shop was non-union, we could do anything. Write, produce, edit, run equipment without fear of a grouchy tech guy yelling at us for touching something we weren't supposed to. You'd often hear, 'Hey, we need someone on the camera.' And whoever was available would jump up, stand behind the massive cantilever thing, and swing it in the direction of the person sitting at the anchor desk. We were also the makeup artists, rolling giant tubes of beige goo down guests' faces," end quote. I mean, it must have been amazing to be there. CNN's philosophy was simple. Earn while you learn. Minimum wage, maximum opportunity. Very different than today's world. They hired kids right out of school and starting 6 weeks before launch and thereafter, ran them through what was basically a newsroom boot camp. They rotated through every department, learning cameras, editing, copywriting, you name it. They learned everything. They didn't just learn how a newsroom worked, they learned how to do every job inside it. Now, this kind of thing wasn't just impossible in network newsrooms. It could get you fired, for violating union rules. Reese put it this way, quote, "CNN offered what the networks didn't. If you worked at a network, you did one job, and God forbid you helped somebody on another one, the union would have you written up. There'd be a grievance. You could be fired. A network was a one-path place. At CNN, you could discover your own path and follow it. The unions failed when they tried to sign up CNN. When you're 23 years old, you don't think about retirement benefits," end quote. I can relate. My first job was at National Geographic as a producer. What exactly is a producer? Well, it depends on the job and the day, and I just said yes to everything. Then you figure it out on the job. And that's exactly what VJs did at CNN. Honestly, I think more companies should try this kind of approach. I guess like the mailrooms do that at some of the agencies, but I think a lot of places should try it instead of just trying to chase the best and the brightest. I mean, it's really hard to teach giving a damn, right? You see, being a VJ at CNN was like getting a master's in television. Sure, it was on minimum wage, but when you're that young, who cares? It's all about getting your foot in the door like Katie Couric, right? Now, not everyone made it through the VJ program, which was very much by design. It was a sink or swim proposition, survival of the fittest. But if you showed up and performed, or even if you wanted to try something new or different, you got the chance. In spring 1980, with CNN's June 1st launch fast approaching, Mad Dog Kavanaugh and his team hit journalism schools across the country, offering grads the chance of a lifetime. Quickly, nearly 100 inexperienced recruits signed up and headed to Atlanta to become video journalists or VJs. Kavanaugh told the Wall Street Journal, quote, "We aren't just starting up a new network. We're running a television school too, and we have less than 60 days to turn those people into broadcast professionals," end quote. Think about it. Doesn't this sound exciting? Now, what Ted, Reese, Mad Dog, and the rest of CNN's early executives needed were guerrilla warriors, You know, kids with the right energy and mindset. And if they couldn't find those, they'd settle for hungry, eager kids ready to roll up their sleeves and learn. Kavanaugh's rules were simple. Can you breathe and walk? Can you help us in any way? John Willis, who joined CNN from an ABC affiliate, said, quote, "It soon became clear that I possessed most of the qualifications for a young producer that they were looking for, namely that I had 2 arms and 2 legs and was breathing," end quote. It's amazing. It's classic startup energy, right? Ask most founders if they'd rather have the smartest or the most tenacious young employees who are willing to learn and are curious. And I guarantee you, they're going to take the most tenacious over the most polished and pedigreed any day. That said, it's not that easy, especially when you see certain schools on the resume, right? Now, all of this kind of reminds me of Bear Stearns' CEO Ace Greenberg's famous memo in the early 80s, where he said he didn't want MBAs, he wanted PhDs, poor, smart, and a desire to get rich. Mad Dog Kavanaugh told recruits, quote, "We're offering an opportunity to take years off the climb you might have to make. There'll be lots of opportunity. If you're half of what you think you are, you'll make it." He added, quote, "With less than 2 months to sign on, we brought these kids into Atlanta and started teaching them how to use the equipment, just so that we could get on the air. We had an army of college kids on our hands, but it was beginning to look like the whole project would depend on them. Classes at CNN College were about to begin and would last less than 6 weeks. Graduation day was June 1st. Guaranteed," end quote. Lisa Napoli described the vibe as, quote, "Summer camp with no curfew. Animal House meets network," end quote, which sounds amazing. Sign me up. And so when CNN's college doors opened on March 31st, it was just 60 days before, and nearly 100 people needed to learn how to do all of the things that make a news network run. Most of them had no idea what they were doing. One memo from the CNN college deans, Jim Schoonmaker and Guy Pepper, read, quote, "Welcome to the Cable News Network. At CNN College, they'd learn writing, editing, shooting, Vidafont, everything." The memo went on, "If you have questions, please ask. You should understand, however, this is a brand new operation, and as this is an undertaking that has never been done before, there will be questions that will not get an immediate answer, or might not get several answers. This is not an indication of confusion, but rather of continuous creativity. We will be making many, many changes right up to and even after June 1st. So please understand and go with us. We are writing our own futures," end quote. I love it. Can you imagine that experience? And I also love that line, "We are writing our own futures." All of us are doing that right now. But are you trying to write the best future? That is the question. Now, the beauty of CNN College was this. With the right attitude, they proved you could train almost anyone to do in 6 weeks what it took most news professionals years to master. And as it turned out, sometimes the instructors were teaching editing or tape work as they were learning it themselves for the first time. Everyone was literally flying by the seat of their pants. They were building the plane while flying it. And me? I love it, because this is how things get done. By doing, not by reading about it, not by studying. No, you get it done by doing it. As students rotated through departments, they figured out what they liked to do and what they didn't. And CNN management figured out what they were good at. By the end of training, you either earned a 50-cent raise and got assigned a job, or you didn't. And if you didn't, well, they'd still let you hang around as a floater for a while. But that was more or less management's way of saying, you probably don't have a future here at CNN. Kavanaugh wrote to the VJs, quote, "The energy that goes into the program comes out the other side of the screen." He added, "If you're a laid-back producer, the show you produce will lay back. The talent will lay back. The staff will lay back. Personal advice? You are a low-energy person, that will be reflected into your work. Lift weights, run, do push-ups. Do what it takes to bring up your life energy so you can pump it into the program," end quote. God, that is awesome. I'm ready to run through a brick wall for Kavanaugh. I love this advice. You have to bring it all. Can you imagine that kind of mentality or that kind of speech at one of the networks? Of course not. Now, of course it wasn't all work. There was some play. And the party scene at CNN in 1980 was legendary. And for good reason. it's a bunch of young people right after college, and they're all working their asses off all the time. What are they going to do? They got to let loose after work. Now, from everything I've read, it seems like everyone showed up with different goals and dreams. But just about every story also included the same mix of sex, drugs, and news. Fran Heaney, CNN's first graphics director, said, quote, "It was like a news kibbutz with all these young people thrown together. They would end up working 14, 16-hour days, and then they'd all just move over to one of the motels and stayed up all night drinking, screwing, laying out lines of coke, and snorting together. It all got pretty wild. All these news maniacs living so intensely. It was such a scene," end quote. Guy Pepper added, quote, "Going to camp at CNN, nobody made any money. So at the end of the day, they'd rush over to Harrison's happy hour. CNN was a party place. It was a hotbed of sex, drugs, and rock and roll," end quote. Now, I've got one more story, and this one's from Chris Pula, who said, quote, "CNN was probably the best job I've ever had. Also, one of the toughest. I think we redefined what deadline pressure was all about. We had so much to learn. All that equipment, the computers, what the news business was about. When we started, there was no tape file, nothing anybody could draw upon. So the VJs had to come up with graphics all the time. Sometimes 20 or 30 each hour versus maybe 5 or 6 on the CBS Evening News. The networks took all day to put together 5 or 6 graphics. We had less than an hour to get ready for the next hour's 20 or 30. We had state-of-the-art equipment. All you had to do was learn how to use it," he added, quote, "We made plenty of mistakes in those early days, and I remember thinking, I'll never learn all this. Then a year later, I would have 10 graphics to do, and I would look up at the clock and see that it was 2 minutes to the top of the hour and say, God, I can go out and get a cup of coffee. I've got 2 whole minutes," end quote. That's what it's all about. It's about compounding your knowledge base, learning fast, momentum, growing. Meanwhile, as CNN College was happening, renovations at CNN's headquarters were underway. One staffer described the Techwood headquarters scene as, quote, "like an invasion was being mounted," end quote. Architect Bunky Helfrich's business partner, Mike Browse, said, quote, "CNN was basically a 3-year project done in less than 11 months, end quote. Bunky Helfrich added, quote, "There was no precedent for this kind of building, simply because technology in the broadcast field was advancing so quickly. While we were still in the upstairs building, they were downstairs in the basement beginning rehearsals," end quote. And while CNN College was wrapping up and final construction at headquarters raced to the finish line, Mad Dog Kavanaugh gave his final rallying call just 2 days before launch, saying, quote, "No matter how difficult it seems, you're going to make mistakes. But remember, you'll also be making history. You people will be in the textbooks. We're setting the standard. We're running a graduate school, a 24-hour news service, and an electronic experiment, all at the same time. We're not going to be the Cronkite News, a beautiful package that takes 12 hours to prepare, but we will keep the show interesting. We'll tell the viewer what we're going to do, and then we'll show him the reporter in action," end quote. And then he left everyone with a warning, and all these are like impressionable college postgrads, right? Quote, "But listen up, people. We will have absolutely rigid standards of journalism. There will be no ad-libbing, no editorializing, nothing anywhere that's going to debase our product," end quote. By late May 1980, it had been nearly a year since Ted and Reese officially announced CNN at the cable convention with Daniel Shore. So, when Ted showed up at the 1980 National Cable Television Association's convention in Dallas, he got a 5-minute standing ovation. People were really excited about CNN. There was real buzz. Live dress rehearsals were playing on the big screens, and the energy in the room was electric. Even Les Brown, the New York Times TV editor, the same guy who'd invited Ted a year before to the New York Times to meet with the editors, told Reese, quote, "It looks like regular television. He thought they were going to do something different," end quote. Reese replied, "We are going to do something different. The best way to introduce something different is to put it in a conventional package. The viewer is comfortable. On his own, he will discover that the package has different contents," end quote. Now, that is the same logic behind the Maya principle I mentioned back in episode 1. Most advanced yet acceptable. You don't hit people with something completely new and foreign. You evolve what's familiar and push it just far enough so that it feels new, but not so that it feels so alien that no one knows how to use it. That's what CNN was. That's how these things really make a leap. Incremental, but drastic change. Going global around the world with satellites is a drastic change. And by late May 1980, everything was finally coming together for CNN's June 1st launch. The mood in the cable industry wasn't just hopeful, it was exciting. A total 180 from the skepticism just a couple years before. Irving Kahn, who was the president of Broadband Communications, said, quote, "We think it will fly. Cable operators will make room for it. This kind of programming will give a big boost to the industry," end quote. And Paul Kagan, who is one of the most respected analysts in the industry, added, quote, "There's little question there will be an audience for CNN. All Turner has to do now is get it on the air. And once it's on, it will be very hard for anybody to drop the news. They will expand channel capacity before they drop CNN," end quote. William Pitney, a senior vice president for Atlanta's Cox Broadcasting, which was the first cable system to sign on with CNN, spoke for almost everyone in the cable industry, watching Ted's presentation in Dallas that May, when he said, quote, "You hear a lot about him. He's a maverick, he's outspoken, and all that. But he generally accomplishes what he sets out to do. In our book, he's a winner," end quote. And that's all you can ask for. You want people who walk the walk, who talk the talk, who do it. When Ted said he was going to get something done, he did it, And with the spotlight on him, Ted didn't hold back. He confidently predicted CNN would debut in more than 2.5 million cable homes. Quote, "The largest opening paid circulation of any service since the beginning of the cable industry." Then Ted added, "I am the right man in the right place at the right time. Not me alone, but all the people who think the world can be brought together by telecommunications," end quote. Working alongside seasoned news pros like Daniel Shore and Reese Schonfeld, Ted was finally beginning to grasp the weight of what he was building and the power that came with it. He didn't just see CNN as a business, but as a platform to change the world. It was not an advertising business like his billboards. It was a responsibility. Then Ted made a promise, and it wasn't just bravado. Quote, "By the end of our first month, we'll have over 3 million viewers. That's more than the circulation of the New York Times, Chicago Tribune, and Washington Post put together." And then he finished his speech. "CNN will be one of the truly great accomplishments in the history of communications," end quote. Now, Winston Churchill once said, quote, "You have enemies? Good. That means you've stood up for something sometime in your life," end quote. But let's be real. If everyone's praising you and cheering you on, you're probably not pushing hard enough. So did Ted Turner and non-journalists known for hating news in the past still have skeptics? Absolutely. A TV critic for the Charlotte Observer wrote that Ted launching a news network was like, quote, "Attila the Hun deciding he's going to do a summer camp for the elderly," end quote. Even as Ted was leaving that May 1980 convention in Dallas, Time Inc. and the Washington Post were still skeptical. News was their domain, right? And this pirate from Atlanta was just going to waltz in and do it better? Come on. The Post's J. Christopher Burns said, quote, "Turner is trying too hard to produce a conventional newscast. There is little question he will be judged unfavorably when he is compared to the network products. The way for Turner to make CNN work is for him to do the show he really wants to do, a spontaneous, personal, interesting news show. Then, he predicted, quote, "It'll get flagellated in the press, but it will be popular. I think the way to make it work is for Ted Turner to anchor the evening news himself," end quote. There's just this amazing contempt from the mainstream legacy media. At the time, it was not the legacy media, but you know what I'm saying. For anyone trying something new, for someone stepping on their turf. And this still exists today. Anytime someone who's coming from outside the media space and they want to create a news product or a media product, they get just lambasted by the conventional players. Like, how dare you? News is our domain because only journalists know how to do these kinds of things. But when you look at the track record, very few journalists, and I admire most journalists, but very few journalists have actually built products that scale to hundreds of millions, billions of people. Look at, say, a movie like The Social Network. There is a line in it where Mark Zuckerberg says something along the lines of, "If you wanted to invent Facebook, you would have invented Facebook."
If you guys were the inventors of Facebook, you'd have invented Facebook.
If the networks wanted to create CNN, they would have done it, but they didn't. If the Washington Post wanted to create CNN, they would have done it. They had the opportunity to do it. They had hired Reese Schonfeld as a consultant to do it. They didn't do it. And we see this play over and over, but Yeah, let's get back to the story. So Newsweek even ran a side-by-side photo. On one side was Bill Tush, the Superstation's 3 a.m. newsman, who was originally a weatherman and kind of ran his own Wayne's World-style news for TBS. And on the other was Daniel Shore with the headline, "Can Ted Turner go from this to this?" Honestly, all this skepticism, it really frustrates me. And it's not like this kind of big media skepticism over new ideas or new technologies has ever died down. Paul Krugman, right? We see it all the time from legacy media screaming, "It's impossible to do that," or "That's unfair." Instead of saying, "Good luck, go get them, we'll be there to help," or "Do you need any help?" It's always this, "How dare you?" Like, there's no right to own the news, as if it's reserved for a few elite gatekeepers. Only they get to tell the news. As if Ted Turner, spending his own damn money, wasn't allowed to try to do it better. This is America, right? Now, I'm not saying this is the man in the arena kind of thing, where if you're not in the arena, then you can't complain. But to some degree, I am. Because if those news organizations really wanted to build CNN, they would have. They just didn't want to and didn't believe in it strong enough. History is written by the people who believed in it and who bet their own money or bet boldly. The general attitude from the incumbents was that Ted Turner, a guy known for baseball games, reruns, and professional wrestling, had no business reinventing the news. It's ridiculous. Now, just 3 weeks before CNN's launch, after months of waiting, the FCC finally approved CNN's temporary transponder on Satcom 1. That's the one that they settled back in March of 1980 in the courts with RCA. That same week, another miracle happened when the FCC approved the sale of WRET to Westinghouse for around $20 to $22 million. Both of these things meant that Ted's bank account, along with those brutal interest rates, could finally breathe, at least for now. Meanwhile, CNN's rehearsals continued, and they were a mess. Jim Shepard described how, quote, "The rehearsals were more like a plane crash. I don't think anything went right. We were hauling cables right up until the night before launch. We had this wonderful state-of-the-art control room and all this glass behind us. But if you went behind that, there was nothing. No power in half the building. No walls, no toilets except for the portable ones outside," end quote. And being the general that he was, every now and then Ted would show up and remind the team why they were there, telling CNN's journalist, quote, "I don't know a thing about journalism, but I'm betting $100 million that you all do," end quote. Still, not a single hour of rehearsals had gone off without major errors. A running joke started making the rounds asking, quote, "What's the difference between CNN and the Hindenburg?" "At least the Hindenburg got off the ground," end quote. Ted walked through the door. Now, here were these bureau chiefs and correspondents, and they're all starstruck. And then Guy Pepper says, "Everybody, here's Ted Turner. Do you want to say a few words?" And of course, Ted does. And while he's pacing around the room, Ted says, quote, "Let me just tell you something. We're going to beam this shit all over the world. And you know what? We're going to beam this shit to Russia too. Because you know what? One day they are going to bomb our asses," end quote. It's classic Ted. And he kept coming back to motivate the troops with lines like, quote, "We will not be stopped. No matter what it costs, we are going to go on," end quote. Ted wasn't just the boss. He was a general charging into battle with his troops. This was a team thrown together at the last minute, trained on the fly, who barely knew what they were doing, and they were ready. They were tired, but they were ready. One CNN veteran described the team, quote, "A posse of mavericks. We didn't know what we were doing and had no choice but to make stuff up as we went along." Yet, looking back at all those 16-hour days and all the tears and frustrations and cold pizza, those were the happiest days of my life, end quote. And honestly, I get that. I've said this before, and I'll say it again. The most fun, rewarding moments in my career were not when I was sitting around bored working on projects that didn't matter. It's when you're in the trenches, battling against tight deadlines, big ideas, tough competition to build something great with people you admire for an audience that cares. That is a trench mentality, not just sitting on your ass, joshing around. And if you've never had that experience, go find it. I can't recommend it enough. But it's not easy, nor should it be. It takes energy, yes, but it takes a different mindset that this is the job and we're going to get it done, do it right, even if that means staying late and pushing ourselves past the breaking point. It raises our level. It raises the expectations, and well, leaving at 5 p.m. doesn't do that. Now, I've said this before, but it's worth repeating. Ted Turner was never happier than when he was facing an impossible challenge. And launching CNN, well, nearly every aspect was impossible. From the technology to staffing to operations, it was barely holding together. And without Ted's leadership, tenacity, his sheer force of will, there's no CNN. No doubt about it. They were turning chicken shit into chicken salad and somehow having a blast doing it. But if CNN failed, well, Ted wouldn't just lose a ton of money. He'd also fail publicly and loudly, with his name and face on the front page of every major newspaper in America and on every network news broadcast across the country. Even in those final days before CNN launched, the same questions lingered. How could this actually work? Would there be enough news to fill the day's schedule? Remember, every hour of every day, forever. And zooming out, people were starting to ask the even bigger questions. Questions like, what would CNN mean in the grand scheme of things? What would happen when live video beamed from satellites started pouring into homes across America, giving people real-time access to a shrinking world? Or would anything actually change? Because on June 1st, 1980, TV news would no longer be defined by the three networks in New York City, because CNN was about to rewrite the rules. Now, right before launch, at the end of rehearsals, Ted Mad Dog Kavanaugh gave one final motivational speech to the team. They'd been busting their asses for months to build CNN, and this time, he climbed on top of a crate and shouted to the team, quote, "I've been hearing that some of you have been saying amongst yourselves that this thing is not going to work, that we're not going to get on the air, that we're not going to be a success." Then he pointed to the ceiling and declared, "Well, that may be true for everybody else, but not for you. I didn't bring you here to fail. You will not fail. You will not fail because I will not permit you to fail. If any of you cannot work under those terms, leave the room right now." End quote. That is motivation right there. That is leadership, belief. And you had to believe. You could not just be, as he said earlier, lazy. You couldn't be laid back, because a laid back producer makes a laid back show. Now, whether they believed him or were just too damn tired to argue didn't really matter. They were all in. They'd poured everything they had into CNN, and if Kavanaugh said it was going to work, then they had to believe it was going to work. Now, Reese Schonfeld wasn't worried about failing. In fact, he was very confident. But he did have one weird fear that he admitted to. He said he was a little worried that CNN would be too good, that he might end up being responsible for a new generation of TV addicts. Quote, "I think many of our viewers will be people who don't watch television now. I don't know if making more people watch television when they should, say, be reading books is terribly good." End quote. Now, that's kind of funny, but it's also a little prophetic. Just days before launch, Ted gave Wall Street Journal reporter John Huey a tour of CNN's headquarters, and during that walkthrough, he told Huey, quote, "When I was a kid, I was really upset that there weren't any more new worlds left to discover. But this world is better than anything Captain Cook ever dreamed of. I'm so proud of all this, I can't stand it." Then Ted added, "I've got at least 5 lives to lead. I've got so many lives to lead, there just isn't enough time to do it all. That's why I work so hard and spend so much time on my business. I've got so much to do, I can't believe it. But damn, it's all so much fun." End quote. But just because everyone was really fired up for CNN's June 1st launch didn't mean we wouldn't have one more curveball. This was CNN after all. It had never been smooth sailing. So why start now? So just weeks before launch, another serious problem came up. One that could derail the economics of the whole shebang. You see, for months, Ted had promised advertisers that CNN would launch into 3.5 million homes. But when the real numbers came in, he found out just before launch that it was going to be closer to 1.7 million homes. And that gap really mattered, because when you compare CNN's 1.7 million homes at launch to the 76 million people watching network TV in America, well, it's a completely different ballgame. We're talking wiffle ball and the major leagues, right? And the thing is, advertising rates are based on reach and how many people see the ads, right? So with a much smaller audience, half of what they had predicted originally, CNN couldn't charge the rates they'd promised. And without that ad money, CNN was yet again in serious trouble. In her book, Up All Night, Lisa Napoli quotes William Donnelly of Young and Rubicam, who admitted that the New York media circles, quote, an awful lot of people were predicting and almost hoping that CNN would fail, for its success would upend not just news, but the entire advertising industry. New choices confused the established order. He added, any establishment doesn't like an entrepreneur. You know it'll never fly, Orville. A lot of people don't want to face the changes that would be caused, end quote. And remember, all of this is happening 1 week before launch. Reese explained, quote, we had underdelivered our audience, but Ted did not try to hide it. He came clean with all the advertisers. A week before launch, he went up to New York and told them that CNN's number was 1.5 million subscribers, not the 3.5 million we'd promised, end quote. George Babick, CNN's sales chief, said Ted told the advertisers, and this is one of my favorite stories, quote, you know, I bought a plantation in South Carolina, and I spend my weekends there. When I'm down there, all I can think about is CNN. One cloudless night, I went for a walk and looked up at the sky, and I saw 3.5 million stars. That's how I made my subscriber estimate, end quote. Everybody laughed. Ted was honest. You know, sometimes saying, I don't know, it's the best medicine. A little bit of honesty, some jokes, and the situation can get solved, right? You don't have to lie. That's the key. To fix the last-minute ad problem, Ted offered make goods, which are extra ad spots to make up for the shortfall, which was enough to satisfy the advertisers. So yet another crisis was averted, at least for now. But come on, did you really think that would be CNN's last pre-launch crisis? So far, we've had a missing satellite, a company that owns NBC not wanting to give a new satellite to Ted Turner, the WRET sale almost falling apart, waiting on the FCC, cable operators dragging their feet, and then the lower-than-promised household estimates. So that's got to be all of the crises, right? Nope, got one more. And then, right at the very last minute, it hit Reese. When he picked June 1st for CNN's launch, he didn't really think about it. Only then did he realize June 1st, 1980 was a Sunday, launching a first-of-its-kind 24/7 news network on a Sunday. Come on, man. Thankfully, this one had an easy fix. Instead of moving the date, they simply changed the launch time to 6 p.m., which Ted loved since it gave them a better time for the launch party. By then, it had been 1 year, 22 days, and 7 hours since Ted first called Reese to tell him that CNN was a go. 1 year, 22 days, and 7 hours of betting their entire bankroll and reputations, all for the chance to change the world by bringing live news to the masses. Now, the conventional wisdom still favored the establishment. CBS News President Bill Leonard asked, quote, why would anybody choose to watch a patched-together news operation that's just starting against an organization like ours that's been going for 50 years and spends $100 to $150 million a year, end quote. CNN's team had the balls to say, screw convention, screw your budgets, let's do it anyway. Let's change the world. And now, it was time. And nobody, not Reese Schonfeld, nor CNN's critics, not even Ted Turner himself, knew what would happen when Ted flipped the switch for CNN to go live at 6 p.m. on June 1st, 1980. When financial journalist Mike Candell first met Ted, Ted told him, quote, we go on the air June 1st, and we don't go off until the world comes to an end. Then, with incredible dramatic timing, Ted pointed at him and said, if that happens, I expect you to stay on the job and cover the story, end quote. Mike later admitted, quote, wow, that's terrific. That's really great. Later, I heard him say it 10 more times to 10 different people, end quote. Regardless, history was about to be made. And from June 1st onward, Ted was convinced, saying, quote, presidents and kings, prime ministers and foreign ministers, the Pentagon, Congress, the media, and the public would have to adjust to CNN. On the next episode of Media Moguls, the Ted Turner Saga, we'll cover CNN's first hour, first day, first year, and the battles and news that defined its first decade on the air. From rivals with bottomless budgets to intense pressure from the White House, Ted Turner was up against it from day one. Building a news empire wasn't going to be easy, but building something great never is. I'm Webb Barr, host of Media Moguls, and that's the story.